Hello everyone, welcome to Scalar's YouTube channel. This is Shivai and I'm an instructor at Scalar. Today we're going to be learning about front-end development from scratch. It's going to be a complete crash course on the building blocks of front-end development, that is HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now before we understand the topics that are going to be covered in this course, please make sure that you have subscribed to the YouTube channel of Scalar so that you don't miss out on any of the upcoming tech content. Also, if you want to learn more about the various technologies and frameworks, do check out the Scalar events where we conduct free masterclasses that are taken up by leading industry experts. And the link is in the description. Now let's look at the things that we learned today. So we'll start off by learning of the most basic thing that we require to do any type of development, and that's version control systems. So that means an introduction to Git and GitHub. Then we'll move on to getting started with web development. That includes learning about the different tools and technologies and how you can actually leverage these tools to create full stack applications. So first of all, we'll start with HTML. So within HTML, we'll start with an introduction to the tree structure, to the different types of HTML tags and elements, and how you can use HTML for better web accessibility and SEO. Then we'll move towards cascading style sheets, that's also known as CSS. So we'll introduce CSS, we'll look at the box model, we look at different types of CSS such as the inline and external, we look at the different type of CSS properties such as classes and IDs, and also we'll look at some more of the advanced topics within CSS such as how you can make responsive websites, how to integrate animations inside of CSS. Then of course we'll move towards the main programming language for the web, that's JavaScript. We'll look at what's the DOM, that's the document object model. We'll look at how you can leverage different type of developer tools in order to make it easier for you to use web development using the browser console. We look at some of the more advanced topics within JavaScript, including array objects, event listeners, and how you can do browser storage as well. And moving on to that, we'll look at further topics related to backend. So first, let's get started with Git and GitHub.
So initially starting with the introduction of what is Git and GitHub. As you know, we are obviously intended towards the web development session, but beforehand we have to understand how we are going to showcase our development projects to all of the world users, like worldwide users. So basically we have some tools beforehand to get started with web development so that we can store our code as well as represent our code to the user worldwide. So the initial tool that we would be using is Git and GitHub. So henceforth we would be having some introduction session to Git as well as website named GitHub. So in this module, this will be divided into two phases. So initially we would be having a representation of Git and GitHub, and the second would be the web development session, and along with the introduction of all the tools that you would be covering along with that, along with the development. Yeah, so in this phase one, so we would be having an intro to Git, so explaining about Git, how it works, and how are some of the common terms along with some commands. And then we would be covering GitHub along with some commands, and definitely we will be having an hands-on session on Git beforehand. So that would be a quick short summary of how the Git and GitHub would work. So basically defining about the Git. So Git is basically an open source code base for basically for storing all the code, and hence as we code in our environment. So basically we store the particular instance in our base folder. So Git is basically for controlling our version. If we have made some changes in our development code, so basically we create a version. If you have seen, if you have downloaded any Play Store application, definitely most of you have some Android phone as well as the iOS phone. So we have the apps Play Store as well as App Store within our mobile. So if you install any application, you would definitely have seen some version. So basically you download an application and after some time an update would come. So that's a new version of that application. So basically Git is something that is used to control those versions. Like if we have made some changes, we have updated the application, so we just increase the version and we just like place it in the market where the user download that application. So basically Git reminds that all. So Git is the full package how we can control our code base, as well as we definitely can have some changes within the Git, as it's the source code is totally open source upon GitHub.
Yeah.
And moving towards the version control system, basically I have explained this. So like creating a new version as soon as we have done an upgrade to our existing application. So that's basically a version, uh, controlling a particular version, and the whole scenario when we have a central repository. So basically there are some terms that you have to keep keep in mind while trying out Git. So I would be explaining each and every term that would be definitely using within the Git, and while using that, so the initial term is a repository. So basically you can compare the repository as a folder in which all the code base would be available and stored. So from that code, from that folder, so every developer would be fetching the project, as well as they would be contributing to the project and make the intended changes. And again, like deploying all the code, deploying means just sending all the data or the updated data that we have done to the initial repository in which we have taken downloaded the code. So basically, a version control system basically manage these type of stuff. So it tracks each and every version in which we have made the changes. It basically uh, it is a overall environment in which it help a team to basically track as well as manage their code changes. If like giving an example of a application, if I have made a change to an application, I have updated a small button, and again we have pushed to the main app store in which user are downloaded, but again user are not responded so well to that button. So we want to basically revert all the code base to the previous version. So basically that again helps in tracking all the version, along with we can backtrack that, we can revert all the code changes, or we can just update the current code base with the new one. So that totally covers under the version control system. So again, proceeding with this some common term, as I've told, the repository is again a small, again a storage location in which your code is handled. So a repository can be compared to a folder in which your code base is there. So basically, whenever we want to have a uh, make changes to a particular code base or a project. So basically, we clone the whole project from the repository. Cloning means just copying the code from another system to our computer system. Basically, in order to create a copy of that particular code base, and like updating that current code base within our particular system in which we have cloned. So again we have terms such as staging. So basically we have a particular step that we have to follow where while using it. So basically we have uh, three common commands. We have git add, git commit, and git push. So basically when we use command git add, so whichever we have done the changes, so that git what git does is like it combines all the changes at once that we have done and mark it as a checkpoint. Like I have updated a button, so it mark a checkpoint that I have updated a button, and again it's stored in a particular instance within a git. So whenever you install Git into a computer, so that and initialize a folder, so that make a .git folder that is hidden in every system. So I will be representing that, so where you can find that Git folder and everything. And again, so when I initialize the command git add, so that creates a checkpoint, and again I have to commit the code. Committing means taking that particular checkpoint and storing it within a particular folder, so that if we want to that would be main version that we would be controlling. If we want to place if we want to revert our code back, so we can definitely do with the commit whenever we commit code base, so that create a particular id. So we can backtrack that ID and we can definitely revert our code base to any time or instance that we want, that's intended. So again, we would be explaining each and every time, and we would be having a proper demonstration how these all work and how Git actually look while we are creating commits and again for decision. So again, uh, there are simple commands like push and pull. Push mean like deploying or like sending our code to the main server. Like I have done some changes, so I will be transferring all the data from my machine to the main repository. Main some storage location in the cloud. So we definitely our computer cannot be accessible by other user. So our storage area should be there from which other can also share the common code base that they have. So we basically intend to commit our changes, we update the code, and we basically send all the data to that uh, storage, online storage. So basically that means push, and again pull mean retrieving all the data from that online storage to our local computer, so that if anyone had pushed some changes or updated the code and then send the data to the online repository, so we can retrieve by using the pull command. So that's some of the common term that we generally uses while explaining or while updating or using with Git. And again, these are the common command. Again, you can pause the video and you can see these all command. At most of the time we would be only using a bunch of command like git init for initializing, and git add, and git commit, and git push. These are the common command that we would be using, and these are the other command for some specific operation that we need while controlling our versions to the project. And again, to visualize every scenario that we are discussing right now, so you can definitely head toward this link that is again visible on the screen. So I would be explaining a demo. So yeah, let me refresh it. So I would be, yeah. So as soon as you make a command git init, so basically I would be entering git init. So this will initialize the folder. So initially you would be heading upon toward git download. So again, you would be downloading. So prior to using it, so you have to download the git within the local system. So there are Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. Uh, and which Git is present. So basically you can download it any of the operating system that you have. So by installing this Git, so you are able to use Git command. So like explaining, just a second. Yeah. So as soon as you install Git within your local system, so you can check whether Git is installed, pre-installed in your system. So by entering Git hyphen hyphen version. So you would be getting a Git version of the version that you have already been installed in the PC. So that would be displayed upon the terminal or the command prompt that you have. So that describe a Git is already installed in your PC. So heading back towards the visualization of Git, so how Git work. So initially, if you have made a code base or something, so basically starting with, as we are discussing about web development, so you must have read about HTML. So that's the most common language that we use while defining our web page or structuring the web page. So again, I would be creating that, and then we have to use git init command to initialize that particular folder in which index.html or any abc.html is present, in order to make a git folder and again to play around with it. And again, when we like insert this command and press enter. So a local folder would be created with the name of .git, and that would be hidden from the user. So we can see that with the various command performance. And again, we are using just online visualization tool, so it do provide some like a limited number of commands within this particular system. So we would be entering as soon as we initialize a git. So how git would be representing, so if you are saying this master along with this head and along with this first commit, so this first commit basically describe a message that we have inserted during committing a particular code. So this is the initial code base which we have committed. It has a particular ID assigned to it. If we want to track back to this particular ID, so I just have to like copy this ID and paste it within the particular terminal and insert that command, the intended command that again track me back to this code base, initial code base. So if I and the master describe the branch in which I am working. So Git is basically a branched system. If if a online repository is there and I want to take the whole code base, so I would be taking a pull, correct? So again, I would be taking I would be doing the intended or changes, or I would be updating the code base with some particular component that I would be creating, and at the same time another person would be creating or updating some stuff to the same code base. So what we do is we basically have a branch type of system. So I will create a branch to it, and that person will be creating another branch. So we will be having a two branch with a common node. So this green circle would represent a node, and again this have the whole code base, and again master represent the main branch that we are working on, and head represent at what branch and at what commit we are. So this will be what I meant is, so that would be described within a few minutes. And again, so whenever I commit something, so git commit mean I would be creating all the a local commit to my code base, and I would be giving a message. So hyphen m main message. So I would be writing initial changes. So as soon as I press enter, so a new green symbol would be created denoting heading towards the initial code base. That means I have a particular code base changes. So recalling the instance that I have provided, like I would be updating a button. So in this instance, I have updated a button and I have made a commit changes. So the head moves towards the new commit, and the master branch follows this previous commit. And again, now we have some other commands too, like checkout and else. So again, prior to that, so I would be making a new change to, again pressing enter. So a new change would be so for example, I have changed the color of the button. So I would be again committing that code, and that would be pointing towards that button that I have created, and that would be pointing towards the initial code base that we have. So we have an initial code base. I have updated a button. I have updated the color of the button. So these are the commits that are coming from the initial code base and the changes that I have done. But if I don't like the button, so what I will do is I will copy this ID. So basically it is dot dot. So I will copy this ID and I will just press git checkout along with this ID. So it's not the full ID, maybe, yeah. So it's the head move toward the previous commit. And if I tends to make some changes to this commit, so I would be adding change button color. So a intermediate uh, commit have been created to this, and that point toward that, but the master branch remained to this point as we have already committed this change. Either we have to revert this change in order to uh, point this directly to the main code base, or either we have to again create a new branch and again we have that particular instance. But this scenario explains how Git works. So you don't have to remember all this stuff that I am recalling. So again, so I would be just explaining how the Git structure would be looking like. So I would be creating a new branch if another developer is working on that. So new branch. So again, a new branch has been created. So by pressing the command git branch, so I can see all the branch that have already been created. So one is the master that have the initial code base, and this is the new branch that I have created. So again, making a changes to this, let commit, change it, and again change it to. Now we have a list of all the commits that we have, pointing toward each other. If you recall, if you have studied about data structure, so it's a structure of a linked list, so pointing toward each other. And again, when we recall, when I again change my branch from new branch to the master branch, so I just write git check master. So again, my head basically represent where actually we are working. So basically, now we are working at this commit at the master branch. So again, I would be creating a new commit. So changes made 3, and again changes made 4. So if you can see over there, so this make a branch type of system. All the linked lists pointing toward each other. So again, all commits pointing toward each other. At last, we have this change too, in which we have the intended change. So this is the scenario that I was discussing before. Like I am working in this master branch, and some other developer is working with this new branch. So the code base is similar till this point of time, and after this the code base is different. I am making changes to any other instance, and that developer is making changes to other instance. So basically how git work is, so I would be taking a full new branch.
And by the way,
Okay.
we have a few people who said that they're finding the Git to a bit boring. But just to again, just understand why we are putting up this up is that we want to just showcase how can you also contribute to the open source project that we'll be creating alongside these web development bootcamps. So we just wanted to keep a small, quick session on how this sort of Git and GitHub sort of works. But of course, soon we'll just move on to the basis of web development as well.
Yeah, definitely that would be only for like contributing to the open source that we have planned. Like you would be contributing to a particular repository, so that's a initial demonstration. So how you would be contributing to that, and again, uh, getting back to this, so we have the branch type of system. So again, I believe like this is the common visualization that we want to give to you, how Git basically work within that particular folder that I've explained. So again, getting back towards the Git presentation. So yeah, so explaining about what is GitHub is like the online storage point or the storage location that I'm talking about is again the GitHub. So GitHub is the main hosting platform. And there are many other services too, like GitLab and other too. And you can also make your own online platform or online storages, but GitHub is the most common and public uh, platform that is available for everyone and free of cost. You can definitely host and again deploy your code there, and you can store all the code base that you have there with the use of Git tool. So again, GitHub is an online repository which again lets other people to other developer and contributor to contribute to the code base that we have within that repository. And again, now here the main point comes. So we have all finished the introduction session to Git and GitHub. And before starting toward the web development session, so again, I would be having a small introduction about GitHub. So so as soon as you would be like move toward github.com, so this screen would be visible. So either you have to sign up if you are not a user, or either sign in if you are already a user. So by signing, so this is the main page that you would be looking like. So and again, you can the online storage that I was talking about is like that term is called repository. So when you click on this plus icon, and again you just click on this new repository, so it basically creates an online storage point within the GitHub. And like I would be giving a name as scalar web development. And again, I would be describing it would be public. If I want to kept it private and only meant for me, so I would be ticking on this private icon. Else if it's this repository or this online storage is available for everyone, anyone can just carry on to this or copy this code base. So just I would be keeping it as public. So these are the basic checkpoint that if I don't want to like add a readme file, the readme file describe what is in this repository. And again, these are other terms. And neglecting all this, so I would be creating the repository. So it have some basic command in which we can follow this command in order to like initialize our Git repository. And again, but for now I would be representing this particular URL that's been given here. So that represent the main Git origin, or this is the link of online storage repository in which we would be pushing all the code or sending all our local code base to this online GitHub repository. So this is the brief uh, description about how Git and GitHub work and how it look like, along with some visualization. So again, getting back towards the web development session. So again, yeah, hands over to Shivai for like having a introduction about what is web development and how it is being used in our day-to-day life.
Yeah, absolutely. And because some of the folks, had some questions regarding, setting up of Git as well. So, Raghav, at the end of this session, we'll just have a very quick demonstration of how you can, set up a local repository and how you can use some of the basic Git commands that we'll be doing at the end of the session. But now, starting off with what people have been, eagerly waiting for, and that is the basics of web. So, of course,
Yeah,
again, keep coming in behind, with your questions on the Learn Together channel. And yeah, so without wasting any further time, let's get started. So of course, why we are here today, like, more than 300 people watching live right now, is exactly about what exactly is web development, right? So see, I mean, first of all, today the entire world, as we know, is moving towards digitalization, right? All even offline stores, offline businesses had to move because of the pandemic and have an online presence. So you look at any industry, every industry has some kind of an online presence, and that is either with the help of applications like mobile applications or web applications, right? So initially we started out with simple HTML static websites, and then we actually moved on gradually to having, banking related, e-commerce platforms. And today, like, web applications have become so powerful that you can run a lot of desktop, grade applications such as video editing, watching movies, right, video streaming, and all of that can happen on web applications, right? So whether it's playing games or, having some kind of library management systems, everything is having a presence online with the help of web applications, PWAs, right? So the idea about this particular web development bootcamp is that how can you yourself create a web application or a website of your own, and then also, get it deployed. So I think we can move to the next slide, Raghav. All right. So over to you, Raghav. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, so getting back towards how web development work is, uh, like prior to that, we will be explaining how a web project is being structured. So basically, starting it contains of three main elements, starting with HTML, the hypertext markup language. So that basically create the fundamental unit or the building block of how our text would be visualizing to within a particular website or web application. And again, the second would be the cascading style sheet CSS. So that comprises of the designing unit. So if we have given a basic structure to our web application, so we would definitely have to style. We would be adding the color, borders, boundary, padding, margin, and that again all of them would be compressed within the CSS unit. And again, the third one would be JavaScript. So that again comprises of the functional unit. What if I want to create a button and then have to click on it? So again, that clicking on the button and like scrolling down or like hovering over any of the text, so that would be all compresses with, or if I want to perform a specific function, so that would all be compresses within the JavaScript. So for comparison, so you can to our body, so basically you can compare HTML to our skeletons. So basically skeleton give a structure to it. So the skin and the color that we have as that totally been defined by the CSS. That and again the JavaScript you can compare it to as muscles that we have. So that basically if I pull up my hand, so that again my arm muscle. And again there are bunch of different muscle that perform different functional unit in our body. Again compared to JavaScript, so we can create our own function and that comprises of the functional unit. And these three basically comprises of the whole web structure as well as how we would be representing any web application. So getting towards how we can create our projects in web, and again how we can uh, show it or showcase that to a user worldwide. So basically web development have a three architecture system that comprises of three layers. So basically we have a client tier that basically compared to as a front end application. So at front end we have the design that the people would look like we have Scalar Academy website, so that have a bunch of information displayed to the user. So basically the the instance that is visible to the user and they all the information that is present on it, that comprises of the front end, and again that comes under the client tier. The second would be the logic tier, and the logic tiers would include all the APIs or like the connection from front end to back end. So that basically comprises of the logic tier. Again, if I click a button, so if you have fill up a form, so in the name section, address section, number section, so after submitting a form, so how it is being transferred to the backend. So that all comes under the logic tier. So all the information would be handled uh, through the API or the particular function within the JavaScript, and that have will be sent towards a intended IP address, or you can say any API server address. So that whole bunch of data would be transferred to the backend, and that whole system would be comprises of all the logic tier, and that include the web framework. Like we have uh, some bunch of API system, and all the workflow system. And again, we have the last data tier, in which that is basically the backend, the main backend of the system that represent where we store the data, how the data is being handled, how all the like how where it will be stored, in which time it would be returning the data. All of that comes under the data tier. So basically that again comprises the SQL system in which we store the data. Like all the databases comes under this. We have the search engine, like and at which uh, that particular instance we have to search any query or something. So again, we are at the three-tier system architecture. So that comes under any web development application or the scalable web development application that in day-to-day life that the user interact with.
Yeah, and
And
one example that I would like to give is, let's say, Facebook, right? So when you log into
yeah,
Facebook, whatever is you're seeing on the front, right? Whatever you're seeing on the screen. For example, right now you're looking at a YouTube video. So you are whatever you're seeing in the front, that is your client side, and whatever is happening on the back, right? For example, when you log in, so your information that you put in, your email and your password, goes to a logic-based system where it handles, okay, like what is the email, so it is able to just capture your email that you've inputted, and then your sort of your password that you've given, and then it will check that out in the database. It will query through the database. So really what the front end is to display everything that you see, and whatever interactions that happen are going to be happening on the front end. Now whenever that interactions involve any kind of database, so the backend sort of interacts as that bridge between your database and your front end, which showcases or updates or changes values on your front end. So that's sort of the architecture that you can expect, and this is what we will be also having in our bootcamp, where we'll be starting with front end, we'll be moving towards back end and creation of APIs, and then talking about how databases work and how to connect them all together to create a full stack application.
yeah, correct. Thanks, Shiva. And again, moving toward how we are basically having a full stack web development course and what's the roadmap for that. So basically we should have a basic understanding how HTML, CSS and JavaScript work. So basically creating some tags within the HTML, styling it with using CSS, and again we have different bunch of functions, objects and array structure and type within JavaScript and how they are being handled. So we should have a basic understanding of all these three languages. And again, we should have a knowledge of responsive web design. So basically responsive web design mean how it would be looking within a particular desktop or within a mobile, so that have a different width system. So basically we have a 2K desktop, 4K desktop, now it's being 8K desktops. So how it would be looking, all the desktop would be looking, uh, the design would be looking in huge screen as well as small as a small uh, screen phones. Like now it's iPhone 13 mini, or we have Samsung Galaxy S20 that is foldable. So that's the smallest screen created as for now. So again, testing with the different bunch of uh, responsive bits. So we again have some tools that I would be representing to you how we would be testing all the website within that. Again, having an insight of ECMAScript. ECMAScript is nothing but the JavaScript, another name is ECMAScript. But how it is different is like we have a JavaScript is a combined common term, but ECMAScript is a series of version of JavaScript that is being updated till now. So we have a bunch of versions. So basically, we have the major update in 2015 about ES6 that have an introduction of some common syntax and as well as criteria that we have to follow, like use strict or arrow functions or const let keywords for the variables. And again we have so basically we have different version of JavaScript represented at uh, ECMAScript, or we can denote with ES along with their version number. So we have ES5, 7, 8 till 10. So again describing about the different versions, so we have a bunch of version representing by ES along with the version number. And again going towards the next and the concept of request and response, so that was for the front end, and now we would be handling toward how we would be having the backend as well as some structure of the browser that would be covering. So we have the concept of request and response. So basically if I am asking you what is your name, so the another person would definitely reply with my name is ABC or something. So like I have requested something to other person and they have given me a response or they have replied to me. So that's basically a request response system. I requesting something and that person would be responding me to that question. So again, like following up to this web development, so we have like the browser would be requesting from the server and the server would be responding to that. For example, if you go to any website, so for example google.com, so the browser have requested the Google server, like I want to check out the screen that would be visible toward the uh, on the google.com. The Google server replied with a HTML document. So whole HTML code would be transferred from their Google server to our browser. So that code base is being downloaded from our browser and hence would be rendered or displayed over the browser. So again, when I uh, like go back to google.com, so again the Google server replied with this HTML document. So if you want to see this how HTML would look like, go to this. So I would be again explaining these whole bunch of tab that's being visible here. But for a scenario, this scenario, so we have this HTML document along with this head option, head tag, again followed with this body. If it's somewhat small, so I can make it big. So again, yeah. So when I go to google.com, so I have this HTML tag followed with this head tag along with body. And again, we have some different style options, style tag for CSS styling. Again, for div, if I want to go back to this image, so we have this Google image. So that would be displayed over here. If I want to go to this search box, so we have an input tag that represent a text input. Again, we can type it in it. And so this is the basic structure of how the request and response system would work within this browser. So again, we have this DOM manipulation. DOM basically means document object model. So I would be covering in this DOM manipulation in the module third. But before that, I would be giving an idea. So what DOM is? DOM is document object model. So basically describing whole browser in a bunch of object. Object is nothing but a JavaScript object represented by curly braces, and we have a key value pair in it. So basically we have a bunch of options within the browser in which through JavaScript we can handle uh, all the structure that is available on the front end, and we would be manipulating mean having changes within that document. So again, I would be displaying that in next modules. uh, so then we have a bunch of frameworks and library uh, beforehand. So we have, for the front end, we have like React, Angular, and React is a library and Angular is a framework. So basically, describing a small brief up about what is library and what is the difference between the framework. So library is nothing but a simple functions that is being used. If I am created a function, so anyone can use that function it whatever way they want. But a framework is a collection of functions that we have to apply a strict rule while using. If, for example, as if I want to declare a particular route or a URL, so I have to write that it in a particular intended file or option. So again, framework have strict rules, but library does not have. And again, library just solve a single problem or a smaller bunch of problems, but a framework is a collection of environment or collection of function that again creates an environment and solve the whole bunch of particular operation or function that is being intended to solve. So again, there are frameworks or and libraries for front end like React and Angular, and again for the backend we have Express and Nest.js and many more for like web technologies. So we have other like Python as along with we have Flask, Django, and many more. So we can either take any of, if we have the basic knowledge about any of the language, so we can definitely go towards the library or framework. So why we use them is it make our the development life a lot more easier. It's easy to develop as well as it reduce a lot of time and effort that we put in while developing our application. So definitely by going toward a particular library or framework that saves a lot of time and energy that we use while building up the applications. And yeah, so this is the main thing, like setting up the environment in tool. So how we can get started towards uh, like setting up our web development environment. Again, we initially should have a browser in order to test up the things. So a browser consists of a whole environment in which we can test up our code. Again, all a browser can only understand. So this is the main concern. Like if we are we I know Python, C++ or something. So I cannot work directly with the browser. A browser can only understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. These are the three things that a browser understands. If I want to create a web page along with Python, so I definitely should have an HTML page to render. So basically, Python or other backend technology just organize all the web pages that we have, HTML document basically, and it basically create the browser request to that server. Browser cannot read Python, but they can request to the Python server, and then Python server can respond them back with the intended HTML document that has been requested. So that would again be explained and in other modules. But this is the current scenario. So initially we should have a browser in order to test up our functionality like Chrome, Firefox, Edge, or any other. And again, move, so again, you can definitely download on the Chrome or now the Microsoft. Initially we have the Internet Explorer that is again banned, but now we have the Microsoft Edge that is again as fast as Chrome, and definitely take that is again a competition between Edge or Chrome. So again we have that environment, and be in order to test our functionality. So what a web developer does is, if I have make an HTML document, so that document is being tested within different bunch of browser, because some of them are iOS user, Safari user, and again most of us are Chrome user. Again, they would be definitely using Firefox, Edge, and many more other browser like Opera or something. So that's why we should have an intended browser along with some testing browser too in order to test our code base. And again, the second foremost thing is we should have a code editor. Like here are some example. The most efficient and the common one is VS Code. That is my favorite one. So, and again, we have a bunch of other editor too, like Sublime or Atom. You can definitely head upon Google and say, Google, I want to download the VS Code, or right, VS Code download. So we have two uh, Visual Studios. Basically, we have a simple Visual Studio that so that comprises of an IDE. IDE is basically that is a whole total environment comprises in which we can do our development and along with testing too. So we does not have to download that IDE, Visual Studio IDE. We just have to download that code editor. So please, in order to download that, write VS Code and again heads toward the first link that we have and download it towards the intended operating system that you have. Again, I have an example of VS Code. So is my VS Code visible?
No. So I think you'll have to reshare your screen.
Okay.
Yeah, you can share your entire
So
screen. I will add it to the stream. So you can remove your stream and we can add it again.
yeah, thanks, Shivan.
By the way, a few people were talking about the pace, so I think we can just move a bit quicker if that's fine, Raghav. That is a
Yeah,
request. Alright. If you can share your screen again. Alright.
yeah. Now is it visible?
Yes, yes, not visible.
Awesome, awesome. So this is the starting screen of the Visual Studio Code. So again, having the get started uh, Explorer. So we can create a new file, open any folder, or we can clone a Git repository as represented by this. We can clone this particular repository. So that would be visible over this code base. Again, we have this file explorer system. We can search over the whole documentation. This is the git or the source control explorer. So again, all the command can be directly run without entering any command, just by clicking on some buttons. And again, there are a few bunch of tabs over there, so you can neglect that. So here is the main extension. So what is the favorite thing about the VS Code is like having an extension or marketplace. Like we have an Play Store or App Store within our mobile phones, so we have a marketplace over here for some extension that we can use along with the VS Code while having our application tested. And again, so again, there are a bunch of uh, extension that I would be representing you after this. So again, moving back toward this. So again, we moving toward the developer tools. So uh, developer tools comprises of like some tabs, like heading toward google.com again. So again, by clicking on this three dots, neglect this update text. So I'm not updating my VS Chrome regularly. So just head toward these three dots. You can see over there. And again, by hovering over more tools and then click on developer tools. So in Windows, that must be a Control Shift I shortcut key to open up this tab quickly. Or in Windows, you can just click on Command Shift and I for like opening tab, this developer tab. So basically, it comprises of a bunch of options that we use in our day-to-day life while development. So the first one is the element tab. So again, I would be representing that. Click on this three dots. Again, go to more tools and click on this developer tools. So we have a bunch of tabs over there. So initially, we have the element tab that represents all the HTML document that is being represented over this screen. So I was talking about the responsiveness. So if you can see over there, so the pixel is increasing. Like as I increase the width of this window and decrease the width of this console or the tab, and again you can see over there that the current width is like almost 1,000 pixels. So we can, in this way, we can test along with our different screen size. So how our application would be looking within different screen size and with different widths. So we can apply those media queries to, so that our whole bunch of application would be handled and would be comprised within that particular and fit within that screen, intended screen. So again, coming back to the element tab, so that again representing a whole bunch of HTML that is being returned from the Google servers. So again, that comprises of only a simple HTML documentation. So I would be creating a normal HTML file in order to represent how that would be looking like. So I would be creating a new folder. So with a name, Scalar, and opening that folder within the Visual Studio Code. So getting my environment set up. So if you hover over this particular, if you open this file explorer, hover over this name, folder name, click on this first icon represent creating a new file. So I would be representing that as in giving the name as index.html. So this icon, basically I can just convert this to simple HTML documentation. So we have some common terminology while retrieving this. So going towards the extension tab, so I would be writing HTML snippets. So I have already downloaded these snippets. So just go to the extension tab and download this. So what is the use of this is basically we are being provided with some snippets. If I click on if I just type the exclamation mark. So in this intelligence is a bunch of option that is being displayed over this drop down. So I would be clicking on the first option, so that initially creates a whole HTML template for me. So basically, this is the boilerplate how HTML document would be looking like, starting with doc type HTML. This so every tag I would be covering within the module 2 along with the CSS. So in this module, so I would be focusing towards how we would be using the developer tools along with this. So again, uh, just write hi. So again, in the body tag, so I have just written hi and click on save, and then going back to that intended folder and opening it with Chrome. So you can see over there, like this is the main location where my index.html is present. So again, I am seeing this hi written over there. Again, by clicking on these three dots, going over the more tools and developer tools. So if I see the element tab, so the code base is there, already there, like starting with doc type HTML, again with the head tag again. So within the body, we have the hi that I have written over here. So again, I can change this by going and updating my code. Hello there. So saving that, refreshing the whole page, as the browser does not refresh itself if they are serving a constant page. But if I just click on save over here and just get back to my browser and click refresh, so again my intended text would be visible. So that text would be fetched from the current code base that I have written. Again, that represent the body tag that includes hello there. Again, I can make my changes within this HTML element tab. So if I want to check out this, if I delete hello and again write hi there. So just focus over this hello there. So when I click on enter, so it is being converted to hi there. But making changes to this element tab does not affect our code base. So it's already hello there in our code base, but I have made the local changes within my own browser. So that does not affect anything. And if I click on this refresh button, again, the code will be fetched and again, it would be hello there. And again, this is the selection tool. So if I want to select a particular division or the body or some tag, so by from this selection tool, I can hover over that element and I can click on it. So as soon as I click over it, so it represent what type of at which due to which tag the hello there is being displayed. So if I again create a paragraph tag and we have a bunch of unlisted I unlisted list and we have this hello there. Again, when I click on this, so this is an unordered list. So again, when I click on the selection tool and select this, so it represents this li is causing a particular this hello there display. So this is the basically workflow of how element tab would be looking like. And again, going towards the next. So this console is the JavaScript console. So if I want to like type any command, or if I want to test any command that I have written within the code base in JavaScript, so that is being rendered within this console tab. So console tab is nothing but for used for testing as well as how Chrome JavaScript engine work. So basically, Chrome JavaScript engine is V8 engine, in which all the JavaScript uh, code compiles as well as run. So a basic command is console.log. So console mean this particular element tab, and again log mean I am printing something to the console. Log means simple logging a particular text or a file within the console. So I would be logging. So while displaying a text, so it is always already like it always being represented by a double inverted commas and then hello. So dot log. Okay, so there is issue in my console. So basically it should return hello. Uh, so again, that would be covered in next session. So neglecting this. So basically that's the V8 engine that we would be discussing around. So all the JavaScript command would be described in the module 3. And again, we have this source command that represent where our source come from and at which folder, at which service, at which uh, server or the endpoint our source code is being present. So everything is visible over here. Again, clicking on the network tab, so that represent how many network requests has been taken or given. If I so basically you can compare this URL from google.com. So as soon as I hit this URL, again it is being like my server requested a particular URL and a response have been sent. So what's the response is an index.html is sent, and like it take how many seconds it took to like fetch index.html. And again uh, so what that index.html contain is, just click on this two arrow and click on response. So the whole code base is being displayed over here, like what index.html is being have been given to us. So basically it give a small HTML document along with the paragraph tag, then UL tag, then li tag. Li tag we have the hello there. And again we have a bunch of more tabs that is being displayed over here. And so most of the tab would be covered within these 7 modules. So as this network tab is basically represent how the request and response system work. So how we are requesting all the in how we are requesting from the server and what they have given to us in the response, and how GS file would be downloaded and how it work, how the how many CSS file are downloaded, and images, media, font, and other documentation that is being downloaded from the server. So that basically comprises of the request response system. And again, we have a bunch of tabs, so we would be covering that. And again, getting back to what's this. So again, going towards, so we have this session of code editor extensions. So basically we have a bunch of extension over here. So initially I have described about this HTML snippet that itself create a whole bunch of like the template that we want to use just by clicking on this exclamation sign and just pressing enter. So we get a boilerplate template that we would be using while defining our HTML page. And again, we if you can see over there, like I've just I've just typed exclamation mark and hit enter. So a boilerplate is visible. But as soon as I click on save, like control S, save. So itself my tags is being aligned. Like my body tag is initially like without any tab, and my head is also without any tab. But as soon as I click on save, so a line was there, so line removed, and again it have some tab. So that is basically with the help of another extension, so known as Prettier. So this is Prettier, the code formatter. So basically it formats the code that we are writing. Either it would be HTML, CSS, or JS. So basically that meant for only web front-end web technologies that we are using. So that basically format all the code base along with that, and we can define our own system while formatting. So just by going on this, just click on Control, comma, or in Mac OS, just click on Command, comma, to open up the setting tab. Or you can just like uh, you can go to, okay, you have to search over there. So I have never like opened the setting tab from these terminals. So by just by clicking on Command, comma, or Control, comma, so a setting tab open up, just click on Save. So as soon as you click on Save, just this way, option would be visible, Format on Save. Just tick this option, check this option to enable the formatting, and you can definitely have the formatter defined. So, but just by clicking on, just by entering format, so you would be displaying a default formatter. Just select Prettier from this. So these two commands that you have to follow in order to like set up the Prettier code code formatter in order to format your code on C. Okay, so next is like the live server. So this is the main extension that you would be following. So just by going towards the live server, so you can download this, and just by hovering over this, so in that this extension is only available for Windows. So what is does is, so I cannot control the live server from my Mac operating system. So just by right clicking on this, so you would have the first option of open with live server. So what it does is, like it open on creates a local server, and it open a new tab over here with some extension of 1.7.0.0.1 colon 3000 or 5000 something, that already dependent upon the port number that is being defined. Again, neglecting this, so again uh, this whole document would be created and being returned over here and being displayed over the browser. And as soon as you just do any changes, like by rating high and clicking on save, so it the server itself refreshes and update this documentation. So you don't have to hit refresh again and again, over and again, in order to like display your information from the code that you are being updating. Yeah, so next would be a Git lens. So this is a bit trickier. So that is being related to Git, how who committed that particular code base or something. And again, neglecting this, so we have again a live share. So what live share do is, like again going back to the extension tab, we have a live share. So that is being, that's an official Microsoft product. So what live share does is, so if you see over there, so here is, it creates another tab in this tab window, and we can collaborate with other developers. We can have a duo coding or something, like if I have an intended changes high there, and another person would be creating a new div in this same instance using live share. Either I can share my this particular instance, or I can join other session just by clicking on join, and I would be entering the URL. So a new tab would be open and I would be collaborating with that with the another developer within the VS Code environment. Yeah, uh, so that's up for today. So what are the key takeaways that you can take from the this session? So basically, we have covered Git GitHub we would be that would be helping us in order to contribute to our next modules.
Yeah, now you can head over to the Discord in the Learn Together channel and ask your questions. Whether it's related to Git GitHub or it's related to some of the basic concepts of how web development actually works, how servers work, right? That's you can ask. So Neil is asking, please show us how to save the HTML file in the repository that was created earlier. So probably what we can quickly do, Raghav,
Okay,
is yeah,
so we can have a small demo. So how we can upload our code base to that particular
GitHub.
Git repository.
Yeah.
So again, that I was telling you about how there are some commands that are already available upon the uh, Git repository that we have created. So just by clicking on this plus icon, click on new repository. So you have to add a new name and you have to define that a repository would be public and or private. So I have clicked on public. So this repository is publicly available upon this URL. So Shiva, you can either share this URL to them. So again, we have a bunch of command over here. So you can run in order to test how Git repository work. So initially we have this echo command. What echo does is like uh, initially we would be having an echo, and in this we have this inverted comma in which hash scalar web dev. So this is the name of the repository, and this arrow means we are adding this particular text within this readme file. So as soon as I hit enter, so a readme file is being created, and in this, so hash scalar web dev is being written. So what we does is we have provided this readme.md file with this hash scalar web dev text. And again, we have a different template string in order to represent and also format the readme file. So hash represent our h1 element. So we can definitely share a documentation in order to have some formatting code, how you can format your readme files. And this readme is the main file in through which you any repository can be explained. So I have run this command. So the next command is git init. Git init basically does is just by hitting enter. So it create a new empty repository. So if you can see over here, no git folder, you can see nothing. But and again by clicking on like in Windows, it's dir for getting all the directory, and in Macs or Linux system, so it is ls. So over there you can see. Uh, Let me increase the size of this window. Again, showing this. So I have just typed the ls command over here. So I got readme.md as well as index.html. So basically, those files that are public are visible over through the ls command, but there is a provision in order to get all the hidden files or all the command that I can run while changing my directory or running any code. So that's ls space hyphen a. So that lists all the folder as well as file that is hidden as well as available within that particular folder. So you can see over this .git folder. This is folder, not a file. So this is a folder that consists a bunch of uh, folders as well as file in which our code base is being stored. So again, heading toward this .git folder. So again, ls. So we have the fetch head, config, hooks, and other object. And so this basically consists of all the data and for the code base in which I'm making the repository, at which point of time I made the changes, I have added the changes, I have committed, and all the data would be handled over this particular .git folder. So moving back towards this, so again we have the readme.md file. So in till now we have just written git init command. So I would be adding all the files uh, toward that. So initially in this it's written git add readme file. Either you can just directly enter the name of the file that you want to add within the git staging environment. Staging means I'm just creating a checkpoint over here, like this is my initial code base, or just enter git add dot. Dot represent every file that is contained within the particular folder would be added as a checkpoint. Like I have done these changes and added a checkpoint. So what it does is go toward this source control tab. So again, I would be again explaining this. So initially I have done the changes. So that is come within the changes tab. So as soon as I hit this command, so you can see toward this, like the changes have been stacked. So it now come toward and comes within the stacked changes tab. So stacked changes, nothing but I have created a checkpoint. If I like make any other changes, so like I have written hi. So that comes under the changes tab, not within the stacked changes. In order to create a new checkpoint, so if I want to add this particular changes within the again the previous checkpoint, so again I would be entering git add dot, or you can just type git add index.html in order to like take only index.html changes and again put that within the previous checkpoint that we have created again by entering. So all these changes would be stacked, and we have again created a checkpoint. Again, the next command is git commit. So the git commits basically creates a particular folder or a history along with the ID. If so, these changes would be kept as a separate entity. So if we want to get back towards this entity, so we have a particular ID. So we would take that ID and we can definitely go back to that commit or that changes, intended changes that we have done. So I would be writing git commit, but git commit command is not enough to commit all the changes. So in
Yeah.
order to commit the changes, so we have to add the extra tag that is -m. -m represent a message as displayed earlier. So that we can write first commit. So again, as I have told you in earlier session that when we are visualizing, so there are some error coming up. So basically at that web browser, we cannot handle all the git commands. So basically we have initially git init, then git add for adding a checkpoint and adding all the files within that checkpoint. We would be creating a commit along with a message. That message is represent so what we have committed in that particular what that commit shows. So basically instead of writing first commit, so I would be writing added index html file and added readme. But if index.html file is already created, so I would be rather writing it as I have updated index.html file, or I have updated a particular instance, or I have updated a footer in index.html file or any intended file that you have done the changes. So by clicking enter, so just now make sure where the changes are gone. Like if I click on enter, so now two files changed and 14 insertions are made. Now from this, so two file a new commit with the ID of 14 D27 D4. So this is publicly visible over the commit history tab. So that has been created. So as soon as when I click on publish changes, so git push. Oh, I have to give origin. So getting back towards the Git repository. So I would be adding the initial branch. So git branch represent and the branch in which I am working. Hyphen capital M means the main branch that I would be committing from. So as I've told you, this is a branched system in which I am working in a branch and another person is working in another branch. So I would be creating that and again clicking enter, and I would be adding a remote. So basically you don't have to remember this, just you have to copy paste from this chat, and just by copying that, and again what it represent is git remote. Remote means where the origin is present, so where we have to push all our data. So add is the command of adding the origin is the main instance that we would be representing, like the next text that you would be seeing will be the origin. Then this is the main link or the address of the code repository where the online storage is available. So by clicking on this command, git remote add origin, uh, again followed by this particular URL, hitting enter. So URL is being saved within .git folder. So when I click on git push, so again neglecting this, so I just have to uh, when I just initial commit, so I have to type set upstream or hyphen u. So instead of like entering hyphen set upstream, I can also type hyphen u for first commit, else I can just type git push
Git
origin
push.
main. Again, when I click enter, so you can see like every file, it has every file that is being created that has been sent to our server. So this is the main repository. And when I click on refresh, so you can see these two files are created. So the instance that I was mentioning was readme.md. So this is the readme.md that I was listening to. So hash mean h1 tag. So basically h1 tag is created, and within the h1 tag, so other selling to have been taken into consideration by .md extension, and readme.md file, all the content within the readme.md file is being visible below the code base that represent how and what this repository contains. So basically a small bunch of information about the repository, and we have the index.html. So for anyone can copy the code base by clicking on this code button. Either they can download the zip or open with GitHub desktop. So GitHub desktop is a tool. So this is the GitHub desktop. So you can download it by this, or you have a bunch of option by HTTP SSH or GitHub CLI. Neglecting all this, click on HTTPS, copy this, and just heads over to the Explorer, File Explorer. So check it out. What happened when I click like type git clone. Clone mean I am downloading or creating a copy of this online repository to the local storage. Git clone, and I am pasting the URL that I have copied. This is the same URL that I have added within the remote. Like beforehand, like git remote edit the same URL that I am writing it here. Okay, by clicking on enter, so it is uh, representing cloning this scalar web dev. So you can see this scalar web dev folder is being created, and again we have two files over here, index.html containing this whole bunch of document that I've created, and again readme.md, this same, but like making changes to this will not affect the online server, as I'm doing the changes locally, but this will not affect the online server. If I hit refresh, so nothing is changed. So again, if I want to like push these changes to the online repository, so what I go is go back to terminal, and again change my directory to the scalar web dev. Now I am within this directory. So neglecting these two, I am within this directory that consists of two files in folder. And again, when I click on this, so again, if you like hit the command git clone and again followed by the remote origin URL. So .git folder is already present within that particular folder. So you don't have to do anything. So again, recalling those three commands that I've told you earlier, like git add, again dot representing all those files that I've done the changes, git add dot, git commit, like updated index HTML. Okay, so I would be opening this in a new VS Code and would be deleting that. Okay, so okay. So we have the .git folder over here. cd dot git. So we already have all the commands. Again, getting back towards the index.html file. So I would be typing hi there. So again, going back towards this, so you can see like a change have been committed. Like where the change have been committed, like I have changed hi to hi there, along with the exclamation mark. So getting back towards the terminal, so I would be typing git add dot that represent the all the files that are being changed. Enter. Again, that is being our checkpoint is created. Again, I would be committing that git commit along with updated index HTML file, hitting enter. That represent one insertion, one deletion, matlab one line change and one line is being deleted. So get push. So now every time I don't have to enter -u along with it. I have already defined the origin as well as the remote. So I just have to enter git push and hit enter. All the files that are being changed, so that being transferred to the main document. So if I click on this index.html, so you can see hi there. Initially it was hi. And again, you can click on this commit, you can see over here. So that represent all the history till now at which point I have changed the code. So initially added index HTML and added readme, and the next one is updated index.html file committed 42 seconds ago. Initially I would be opening this file, so that represent in in which file I have done the changes, and in the next file at what instance I have done the changes. Like I have removed this file, this line, and added this line.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was the basic scenario of how Git works while committing
Yeah.
our changes.
So that's primarily the target of the bootcamp now, since we are really moving into the core fundamentals of web technologies. So with that, I will hand over to Raghav, who will be starting off with HTML. Over to you, Raghav.
Yeah, thank you, Shiva, for the introduction of today's module, as well as describing how we will be proceeding with our development part. And again,
Yep.
today's session will be mainly covered with the hands-on experience, like how it will be building up the projects in real with a real experience. And again,
Yep.
in this module, so we would be covering HTML as well as CSS. So guiding you towards like the introduction to HTML. So basically, you from the earlier stages itself within our school. So we have studied about HTML. So it's basically a hypertext markup language. So it is basically used for like writing up the web pages, giving structure to it, and again displaying information, and again displaying it to user. But as per our earlier or prior life, so we just only have developed all those application, and we have just stored it to ourselves. We can only view that data from that HTML page, but no other user can view that again, except the local computer that we are using. So hence that's why this session is meant for all that gathering up knowledge from our prior, and along with this new knowledge that we would be getting from these sessions and modules, and again applying that to our real experience and creating the real-time projects. And definitely that will build a strong resume. So you can, if you have an interview, so you can show to the companies like what projects have you built and etc. So again, we have the HTML. We again we would be covering that. That would be the basic structure of how a web page would be looking like, and again CSS that would be styling a web page. And again, I would be like defining you what is the difference that we have when we do not style our HTML pages. Again, continuing with the tree structure. So basically, how we write an HTML code is like we define a tag, and in between that we have some textual based information. So that definitely forms a tree structure. So by what tree structure mean is like you can see this code base that is being written. So initially we have the HTML tag over there, so that represent the whole document that we have written is an HTML document, again followed by a head tag. So each and every tag that is represented over here, we can compare it to a node of a tree. Like we have a trunk, we have branches, and we have leaves. Leaves, you can define it as the last uh, tag of HTML that contains all the information, and the previous branches that are there again. So that holds those leaves. So basically, each and every the tag that we are using here, so that is represented and contain numerous various type and numerous number of tags within it, and numerous number of information that is being stored as well as viewed to the user. So according to this, so we have created an HTML tag denoted by this HTML block. Again, we have two tags. So we have first one is head tag. Again, the head tag is end there. So neglecting this brown part, so we will be continuing to this blue part. So blue part represent a simple tag represented by this head block, and again where it's end. So the next tag that would be written over beside that. So that tag would be a sibling tag. So initially we had written head, and the sibling tag would be body. So for example, like we have parent, and parent gave birth to a child. So the parent would be, so HTML is a parent and head is a child of HTML tag. And again, if you have any sibling, so you can compare these two with the tree structure. If a parent has two child, so the child are sibling of each other, and again they have a common parent. So inside the head tag we have another child. So we have the title that represent the title of the whole HTML document above the browser that we see. And again, I would be demonstrating all of this in coding environment that we would be using. And again, we have the body that contain again the information that is being displayed over the DOM or the web page, through which the user can see up the information. Like if you type google.com, so everything you see within the web browser itself, it is contained within the body tag. So again, moving back towards what we will be covering, so we would be explaining about different tags, element, and how they will be used within the HTML tag. Again, we would be covering the SEO part, search engine optimization, along with web accessibility. So I would be defining all this thing within the coding environment. So let's get started with the first session of HTML. Then we would be proceeding with how we will be styling the web page through CSS, cascading style sheet. Yeah, thanks, Shiva. So basically, what we have covered yesterday is like setting up the coding environment that we will be using as of now. And again, in that, I have introduced you with some of the extension that. So basically, we will be using a Visual Studio Code editor for typing our code. So that is basically will look like this as per you will be that can be visible over the screen. And again, you have to download some of the extension that would make a developer life much more easier. So basically heads toward this extension tab. So that would be found on the left panel. So just by clicking on that, so we will be searching for extension like the first one is HTML code snippets. So heads upon to this icon HTML snippet and download this. So basically it is all the just by installing, clicking on the install button, so it is already being downloaded and available within the VS Code editor. And again, just click on close, and so I would be starting with from scratch. So basically what it helps is by just pressing the exclamation mark. So basically we have a bunch of option that is being provided by this extensions. So basically the first one is like just by pressing the exclamation mark, and an intelligent pop-up would appear, and by clicking enter, so this we have two options whether to have this three exclamation mark, but I will go with first exclamation mark that denotes the full HTML boilerplate. Just by entering that, so we will be getting this HTML boilerplate that is visible over here. So this doc type represent the Chrome browser. Like we would be now write the type of the document is HTML. So we would be handling all the stuff within this file as an HTML. So again, as you can see, like all the HTML page or the web page would be start as per the HTML tag that denotes we will be starting an HTML documentation or document. And again, we have specified the language. Again, it can be English. And again, there are certain language that have by default it is the all the languages are written from left to right, but there are certain language that are written from top to bottom or right to left, like Arabic or any other any other language. So basically proceeding with the next tag, that is head tag. So this head tag actually does not is not visible over the browser, but this title tag is visible over the at the top of the browser that display what is the title of the this index file. So if I write Scalar Academy Bootcamp, so just by click on save, so if you can see, like these HTML tags are self-aligned to as respect to this document, and that have some spacing and tabs between that. And so that is again done by another extension, so that's defined earlier also, but again for this, so just click on just type Prettier. So this is the Prettier code formatter again for reference how to get it installed within this. So we have to particularly follow two steps to run it within the code editor. So you can refer to the previous video, or Shivai, you can also like paste up the link within the YouTube comments, or you can pin it within this chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so awesome. So followed by again referring to this title tag. So this title represent the title of the browser. So if I run this index.html within the browser, so it will be like I would be opening scalar module 2 and again index.html. So how it would be visible, like if you can see above the browser window, so you can see the title over here like Scalar Academy Bootcamp. So the title within the head tag would be visible over the main browser tab, so representing what is the title of this page. And again, each and every page can have a different title defined by this title tag. Again, we can change this, and followed by we have some meta tags over here. So we would be describing it in the SEO session that I will be defining it after explanation about the different type of tags that we will be using. And again I would be describing out the web accessibility. So followed by a body tag. So this is the main tag that define this body. Like if you can see this white screen over there. So this is the main body that all the information would be contained within it. So defining by the first tag, like we have some headings to define heading of any paragraph or sections. So starting with heading tag. So we have H1 tag that represent the highest font size that can be defined within this HTML. So this is the biggest font. Rather, we can have much bigger font by defining it through CSS, but by default, initially it have a particular font size. So it's basically two. Uh, so like defining by a simple heading tag. So we have heading tags from H1 to H6. So as we go, as we increase the number from H1 to H6, H2, H3, H4, H5, so the font size get on decrease. So like as per small this. So as per this example, so this is the H1 tag and this is the H6 tag. If I just zoom it out, so you can see the difference between this. So font size is the smallest, and in this, the font size is much bigger than like the H6 tag, and again followed by H2, 3, 4, 5 tags. And the next step would be representing how we add a paragraph. So in this paragraph, so I would be writing some text. So again, I have typed in lorem. So lorem, and I can see this instance in within the intelligence. So basically by entering this, so I would get a particular paragraph already written within it. And again, that represent a simple uninformative text just to add a paragraph. So this text does not have any information, but yeah, if we want to check it out, so how a text would be visible over the screen. So again, we write this type of lorem paragraph. So defining this paragraph tag. So just by refreshing, so a paragraph to
Raghav, can
have.
you increase the font in the VS Code?
Okay, yeah. So is it good or
Yeah, I think now it's fine.
great? So like I can disable this explorer. Yeah, so following by some other tags, so we have some uh, unordered list, like to define a particular list. If you have seen any list within a particular web page, so a small bulleted style lists are visible, or you can see 1 to 3 listing are there. So that is basically if there are two tags to define that. So UL tag and OL tag. So UL basically define an unordered list, bulleted style. If either it can be a circle, it can be a disk, or it can be a square type of thing. That is defined by a UL tag. Or ordered list or OL tag define a numbered list, whether it can be in Roman like I like I like this, representing at 1 to 3, or it can be 1, 2, and 3, or it can be A, B, C, like this. So basically, we have this UL and OL tag for defining a list. So, for example, if I want to define a particular list, so I would be writing a UL tag along with followed by a li tag. Li tag means I would be listing some item, list item tag. So I would be listing an item within this UL tag. So item 1 followed by item 2. Again, by click on save, so we have this bulleted style information represented over it. And again, if I convert it to the OL tag, so we have this numbering type of thing in front of that. So again, if I want to list any item, so it have a proper structure while defining. So initially we have to define a parent tag, ULL or OL, and then we have to list the item that is represented within a particular list, so that a particular pre like a bulleted style list or a number could be appeared before the item that is that is to be displayed. Again, followed by another tag, like we can also create tables. So defining by like I can give it the name like name class. So defining this as So initially, if we want to create a table, so we initially have a table tag to represent or start a table. Like it would contain the total width as well as the size of the table, along with number of rows and number of columns in it. The TR represent the row, basically a vertical or horizontally defined row. And again, in the horizontally defined row, we have some particular columns within it. So that is defined by the TD tag. So again, the table represents the whole table that we want to create a table. Again, the table is divided into number of rows that contain separated data of a user. The first row contain like the heading, the second row contain the data of the first user, then the second row contain the data of the second user. And again, in each section, so we have a number of columns within it. For example, we have name, we have class, so defined by the TD tag. So basically the full form of it is table row, TR tag, and table data. So I can write it as, so to add a comment within it. So basically we have this open angle bracket, then followed by an exclamation mark and followed by two hyphen sign. And again for closing, so we have two hyphen sign and a closing angle bracket. So basically a comment can be defined. So this is uh, table data tag, and the above one is table row tag for defining up the rows. So again, we can create a new row for define another data, and we would be representing. So basically, we can represent it as the first one is name. So I would be write Raghav, and my class is first. And again, I would be define the second row for the column, and then again Shivai. So the class is second. And again, when I click, go back to the browser and hit refresh. So basically a table create over here that have a specified row and column. So if you can see over there, so no border is given over here or no padding or something. So basically after a particular version, so the W3 consortium, W3C, basically the whole web as a group of people that define sets of instruction. So how we would be defining a tag, so they have removed all the borders as well as styling from the table tag. So we explicitly have to give all the styling through the CSS. So basically if I want to create a border, so I have to define this, uh, like we have to create an order. So you can neglect this styling as I'm writing as per now. So basically I would be defining at TD. I would give a border of 1 pixel and solid as well as a color of black. So defining it as, so you can see our table have been created along with this is the table heading. And again we have two rows that contains the table data. Again, we have different terms to define that, to define table heading. So basically it is, if I want to define a particular table heading, so it should always start as T head. So basically there are much, like it's a very vast concept to describe all the table, but as per this module, as we are all beginners, and we are just having a start to understand how we would be like designing our web page and showing the information along with some functionality that we would be covering in next module. So we can end this uh, tag over here. And again we have some other tag like uh, if you sign up at any of the platform, so basically they ask up your information, so they are defined by a form tag. So form is nothing but you like type all the data within a form followed by some input tags. So the input tags contain many types. For example, a button, it can be a button, small button, like over which we can click. We can define some uh, event listener to it, like on click, on hover, or something. So what function it would be defined when I click on the button, or it can be a simple textual information input. Like if I want to get a text, so basically a text box would appear in this. And at some time we have a particular like there is another tag to have a spacing between these table as well as form. So that's called break line. So BR tag, simple BR tag. So basically that define a particular, that creates some spacing between the element that's being defined over here. So wherever I define this BR tag, so a space is created. And again, so input is visible over here. And if I want to display some information, like what this input would be containing, so I would be typing it as placeholder, like enter name. So placeholder define a particular text that's only visible to the user when the input box is empty. Like if I refresh, so the input box defines enter the name. So if I start writing, so this that enter name would be automatically disappear as soon as the user start typing it within the text box. And if the text box is empty, and again, so enter name would be again will get again visible. So again, we have the type text as well as number to define all the numbers. So in this number field, we cannot enter any uh, alphabets or symbols except this minus symbol, as there are negative number too. And also we can add this plus symbol for denoting the, like the number of the mobile number or phone number. And again, we have this iterator along with it, uh, through which we can definitely have or upgrade or degrade the number from this. So this is basically the web accessibility. So if my keyboard is not like typing is not working properly, so I can use the mouse to increment the number. But again, if I have my mobile number, so that would be a tough step to like increment the number to tens and thousands of places. So like neglecting this. So again, we have some checkboxes, radio buttons, and much more. So you can definitely have, we have these many options within the type. So we have the range, radio, password, month, number, and many much more field for determining each data type that we want to enter within this input field. So again, checkbox represent that tick checkbox. Again, radio buttons are circle type of things that we can click on it. And again, for uploading a file, so we use a file input tag. And again, so input is a tag that is defined over here, and these types are the attributes. This type placeholder are attributes of input. Attributes are nothing but some special functions that is being typed in it, so that to create some special functionality of that input tag if I want to update that. And again, so followed by, so I think we have a basic introduction about how the text will be looking like and how we can how we can use different tags within it. So there are other bunch of tag that can be again find useful over it. So the basic tag that we would be using will be a div tag. So div is nothing but a division that we will be creating a simple division that contains a particular set of information. So our division does not have any styling. So basically, if you can see over here, these tags. So basically, these tags again represent some type of styling within it. So that these tags are have a predefined style. So we can also change this style to add at any instance. But again, to the div tags are the most flexible uh, division, uh, the most flexible tag within the HTML that we will be using. So div tag just represent a particular set of block in which information is written. Like this tag will contain information. So yeah, again, I would be commenting these all. Uh, and So refreshing that, so this tag will contain information. Now proceeding with the next, uh, like the SEO and the web accessibility. So SEO means the search engine optimization. So as soon as you create a particular web page or website, web application, so you need to define the browser as well as the search engines. Like our website is live on a platform like www.raghavdhingra.com. If I made a website, so I have to determine like my website should be available when the user typed in the Google search field. So as I type Raghav Dhingra and click on enter, so basically the search result should be visible over the web page. So as soon as you deploy your website, the search Google does not know that your website is live or your website is present. So basically you have to perform some extra step to determine to let the Google servers know like my website is active. So as soon as I type Raghav Dhingra, so my website is there, my GitHub account, and everything is visible over here. Yeah. So again, so that how we can determine this SEO of the web pages. So basically, that are defined by the meta tags. So again, we can comment this selling, and that's again determined by this meta tags. So what meta tags define is these meta tags are not available on or not visible over the screen, but these are definitely be helpful for the search engine to have some of the information. Like we have this meta tag again with the name of viewport that determine how the viewport would be looking like, how the initial scale, like if this initial scale determine like when I open my website, what should be the scale of the web page, whether it should be expanded or collapsed. We can change the size with this changing the number, but generally it should be 1.0 to determine like the every text should be aligned within the particular width along with the viewport that we have. Viewport is nothing but the width of the desktop that we are using or the width of the browser that we are using. Again, we do have some extra tag that determine like again by going towards the Google example. So you can see over here. So hey there, I am Raghav Dhingra. So this is the description. So we can determine this by entering name as description and the content as hey there. So I have written this within my application, so that's why the description information is visible over here. And again, this is the content title. So again, the meta tags, we can define the meta tags over here for the title, and the title would be visible over here. And now uh, so this is the part of search engine optimization, and there are also other. This is a particular field of web development in which basically the websites are optimized according to the search information. So if I have searched over the Google servers, so basically there are too many pages over there. So ranking the page at ranking my web application at the first page of Google search. So that's basically the search engine optimization. So optimizing my all web application that can be set within the Google search page at the first. So there are some specific tag like adding an alt attribute to an image or something. So there are many much various steps to determine the SEO. And again, proceeding with the web accessibility. So we have a bunch of options like what if a user keyboard is not working as I have shown you. A counter type of thing within the input box, or what if the mouse is not working, so how that they would be controlling that. And again, we have some concept like area. So if this is the some of the area attributes or tag. So basically these are defined within the tag HTML tags to determine whether that can be accessible through keyboard or mouse or not, or how that can be used. And again, if a user have a color blindness, so how the content would be visible. So it should have a proper contrast. Again, along with if I cannot read small font, so the font should be visible and that can be like a font size could be increased or decreased according to the user. So that's basically the web accessibility. And again, if a person is blind, so they uh, a web application should have a certain kind of step, like having a hearing aid or something that can read out the sentences or the information that is being present in the application. So that's basically the web accessibility, providing accessibility to each and every sets of user, whether they are disabled or not. uh, and disability can be any certain type, whether it can be hands or it can be eyes or ears or something. So making web accessible to everyone, so that's nothing but web accessibility. So again, we have completed this topic, and uh, yeah, so moving towards, now we are in the next session of covering the CSS. So basically introduction about the CSS is nothing but CSS stand for cascading style sheet. So this is the simple definition. So here cascading means if I apply styling to a particular element, if I apply styling to this body element, so cascading means the styling would be applied to the child element also. So if I applied like the color of the body should be red, like the text color, font color of the body should be red. So all the tags that are contained within the body, so that color would be of the color of this div also would be of red color. For example, like, so if I type as color as red, so if I typed color, font color as red, so again going back towards the main example, so clicking on that, refreshing the page, so the text is red in color, but I have not defined the styling to this division, but again the styling have been applied. So that's what cascading means. So the term is that derived from the functionality of how it will be performing to a HTML page. So we have the cascading style sheet. So the style sheet is nothing but styling a particular HTML document that we would be defining, that would be containing some information. Yeah. So next step would be determining. So ho- like the box model of the document. So basically, how we structure a particular element uh, within the document is nothing but we determine it as a box model. So model is nothing but a rectangular type of division that is being created. So heads upon towards the uh, developer console that I have covered in the previous session. So just click on this three dots, then hover over more tools and click on developer tools. So basically that opens up a particular tab on the right side, or you can change this by clicking on again on this below three dots below this, and again you can select this particular whether you want to exclude this from the browser or you have to align this on the left side or the bottom side. Again, that's totally up to you. Again, I have shifted this to the right side, and again just head towards this element tag. So this element tag determine what is the code that I have written within the HTML document. So this is the code that I have written. Along with it will also contain some of the comments. So basically this is the main tag, so div tag. And if you see over here, if you click on body, so initially we have this orange box. Orange represents some, orange represent padding. So this body have some padding. So heads over towards, uh, just expand this, and so I can enlarge this tab. So heads up over to the cells tab below it, and again just click on a particular tag. So if I click on div, so it display div with some CSS style. So it have a CSS style of display block. So as I've told you, it has the most common, this is the most commonly used tag while defining or determining a web page. Again, by using different type of tags, so we have a different sets of SEO as well as web accessibility already available within the tags. So we does not have to explicitly define each and every functionality if we are using div. So by clicking on the body tag, if you can see over here, so we have determined the color of the text as red. So again, we can also change this by any color, and that can be visible over here. So again, I have selected black. Again, the color is black, and also I can select the color from this picker tool, as this is white color, and the hex and other values can be visible through this tool. So basically, having a developer tools handy will be very efficient and effective while developing our application. So basically, changing the color back to red. And again, this style tab contains each and every information that all and have all the style that is already available within that tag that we have used. If I remove this color tag, so basically I will untick or uncheck this box. So basically the color is again by default reverted to the black color, that is by default black color, and again the background is white. And again we can see this margin by default the body has a margin of 8 pixels, but we can reduce change it back by defining it as margin and 0. So again you can check the difference. Like, if I untick this margin, so by default the margin 8 pixel would be applied, and if I check this box, so margin 0 will be applied, so there will be no margin, and the text would be directly attached to the side of the window or the side of the browser. And again, now we are talking about the box model. So just scroll down a little bit below this style tab, so you can see this block over here. So this is nothing but this is the basically a box model. So how our tags are defined. So basically a tag contains the content window. Content is nothing but how much space it is the tag is taking. So basically again clicking on this div element, again it is taking a width of 794 pixel along with the height of 18 pixel over here. And again we have a padding, border and margin. So these four are the common parameters that define a particular web page or a tag. And again in this division we will be creating and adding information to it, and we will be adding styling to this. And again, if for example if I add I want to add some margin to it, so I will be adding margin of 10 pixel. So again you can see over here a margin of 10 pixel has been added. So you can see a orange box covering toward the content, so that determine the margin that it would be taking. So the next would be I would be creating a border of 5 pixel of solid, and the color would be green. So this is the border, and again you can see I have created a border with 5 pixel of width, and again that is being created over the four sides. We can also change the side if I want to only want to have a border at the top, so that would be created at the top. So I would be writing it as border top and clicking on enter. So only a top border would be given over here. So I want to have the border at all four ends. Again, I would be adding some, so it would be margin, and I would be adding another property as padding as 10 pixel. So again, the padding would be visible in light green in color. So I can change the color from red to blue, let it be blue. Okay, blue represent the border and padding represent the green end. So basically what is the difference between padding and margin is both denotes spacing between the contents, but again the padding denotes the spacing between the content as well as the border, and the margin represent all the spacing uh, beside border. Like we have the content, from content till border. So we have, if we want to have some spacing between the border and content, so we will be using padding. And if we want to create some uh, spacing between different tags, so we would be using margin. Again, that would be totally dependent upon what type of styles or instances that we will be using. So again, determining by that. And again, we can describe this box model. Content represented by this blue screen, again padding by green, border by this orange, and border by this light yellow, and margin by orange. Again, going back to our slide, so we would be defining the types of CSS that we will be using. Again, defining by some of the CSS properties, and again we would be ending it by some animation, cool animations and responsiveness. So how we would be making it responsive from like how it would be visible over the desktop as well as uh, the device as small as small mobile phones. So again, uh, just give me a moment. Yeah, so determining by, I would be hitting refresh. So again, my code is back to style. I would be, so we can make a new file. So it would be rename as previous.html. Again, I would be creating a new file as index.html. So you can neglect this step. Again, I would be hitting exclamation mark and hitting enter for creating a particular HTML boilerplate code. So we have Scalar Academy Bootcamp. And again, I would be creating a div tag. So basically, there are different type of CSS in through which we can add styling. So basically, the first one is inline CSS, as you can see over here. So for determining inline CSS, so we have a particular div tag. So that contains some information like hello world, and hitting save. So I would be just maximizing this window. So for easy understanding. And again, I would be adding a simple background to it. So attribute known as style. So I would be writing style to it. And again, I can determine different set of CSS property to it. And starting by, I want to give a background color of blue. And again, I can determine different sets of property to it, followed by exclamation mark. So basically we have the CSS property followed by a colon symbol that represent it is basically the property followed by the value along with the exclamation mark that denotes the property has been ended. So we can type another property to it. So basically I would be adding a color. I would be giving a color of white. Again, by clicking on save and hitting refresh, so a background is being given over here, like with a background of blue, and the text color is white. So if I again go on this div tag, so we have the background color blue and color white. So the again the next type of CSS would be the inline CSS. So I can determine this by creating a new style tag. So what this style tag does is, so we explicitly have to define like the tag that we are using. So we have this div tag. So if we want to add styling to a particular tag, so we just have to type the name of the tag. So basically we can create our own tags like ABC, and we can give style to it, like ABC should be looking like this. And again, we can shift this everything to that uh, style tag. Again, uh, I have created a style tag. Within it, I have defined a particular uh, tag name along with some CSS property that I would be applying. So background hyphen color for determining the property, and along with the value, and same with color. Color represent the font color, and the background color represent what the background it would be looking like. So basically hitting on the refresh. So again, I have created a new element. So by default, the display would be inline. So I have to explicitly define display as block. Display block means it would be taking the whole width of the window. So again, clicking on enter, saving it and pressing, clicking refresh. So it would be taking the whole space. Again, this white space that you can see, so that is coming from the body. If you can see over here, so 8 margin is already available by default. So that content that we are writing should not be like touched with the sides of the screen. So basically again maximizing it. So again back to the div tag. So the next would be creating a external CSS file. So by clicking on this new file, so I would be writing a new file name as, you can type any of the name. So main dot ag- is again succeeding by extension of dot css. Again hitting enter. So a new file would be created and named as main.css. Again by going on index.html. Uh, Again, I would be removing all this stuff and I would be adding this to the main.css. But again, going back to the browser and hitting refresh, no CSS style would be visible as we have not linked this main.css file to our uh, HTML file. So basically, we have to link these two files to each other in order to get all the properties within the main CSS file to index.html file. So how we can do this is by entering within this head tag. So we can type link, uh, link, again giving a reference to it, href. So where our file is present. So our file is currently present in this current folder. So I would be writing dot slash mean current folder, and the main file is, I would be writing the whole name of the file. So main.css. Again proceeding with by and slash, and again I would be closing this link element, but still this have some defect in it. Again by going back to the HTML page and hitting refresh, again nothing happened as we have linked the main.css file, but we have not explicitly defined what this file contains. So we have to define the data type of this file. So basically, I would be writing rel. Rel mean relevance. So what this main.css file contains? So it contains a style sheet. So hitting save and again. So it's not currently linked with. So it's the module 2, and we have style sheet present over here. So we have in.css and enter. So we get this. So again, okay, so we have this link tag displayed as display none. Okay, so So I think we can neglect this external CSS link. So maybe there can be a problem with my browser, as it is not, rather it is the same syntax that we are visible over here. But yeah, this is the main tag that you will be using with along with the same syntax. So in order to create a particular external file link, uh, okay. So why it is not linking is I have not changed the ABC to div element. Okay, now it's changed. So it's my fault. That was a funny fault that I've not seen. So basically, the name should be same as that of the tag that we are using. So basically, if I remove this relevance tag, again refreshing. So again, we have to determine this link tag along with some reference like what that CSS style would be containing. And again, that contains a style sheet, and that tag is a div tag. And we have determined this div tag and we have given style to it. But if the name of the tag is something else, so again, as per this session, so I was also concerned about this. Like, it is the common concept of using that, but how it is not working if I added link that file to it. So basically, the name of the tag should be same as that we have defined in the CSS file. So that was a bit funny moment for me. And again, uh, now we will be coming to the CSS properties. So we would be having some different property, like if I would be defining different div, like this is hello world, how are you? So I have determined this style.css. I have given a div element and determined two divs along with it. And again, if I refresh to it, so it defined two division with content of hello world along with how are you. And I would be changing the color to white. Okay, so it can be clearly visible. So I would be adding some margin to it along with 10 pixel, so that these two div can be separated from each other. And again, uh, the margin is being given. So margin is already like given to all four sides. So if I want to add a margin to a particular side, if I want to add margin only on top, so I would be adding margin top to it. And again, by refreshing the page, so only margin top is added to the division. If you can see over here, all orange like background is only visible over the division. So only margin top is given and as same as that of div element that we have used. Now separating, we have separated these two divs through margin. And again, I don't want to change the color of the second div. So what I do is I explicitly define a particular attribute known as class. So class determine a set of uniquely identified tags. There can be multiple tags with same class name. Like I want to add uh, back view. So when I use this class, so in CSS, how we determine a class is starting with by a dot symbol, following by the name of the class name that we are using. So it's back view, and again followed by we have given the specific sets of instruction that we are using. So I have saved this, and again, when I refresh it, the first tag that you can see over here, so that have been given all these three properties, but the second div tag does not have not been given the same property. If you can see over here, so back view have this background color, and margin top, but again the second div does not have anything. So if I define this class name to this division, again the same properties are applied to it. Yeah, so the second property is nothing but declaring some IDs. So basically we use ID with majorly with JavaScript. So ID is nothing but how we compared class to ID is uh, IDs are uniquely identified tags, but classes are, they are uniquely identify set of tags. Like we can have multiple tags with same class, but we cannot have multiple tags with a same ID. Rather, if we put the same ID with two tags, like it can be like uh, test ID. This same name cannot be this name cannot be same across all over the this index.html file. Whether if we give this particular attribute, this index, this ID as test ID, we can change this CSS styling through this ID, but through JavaScript we cannot change the properties to all the IDs that is being determined within the particular file page. So what I am telling is will be defined in the next module of JavaScript. So in this, so basically we would be testing how the ID would be different from CSS, and how classes, and how CSS preprocessor, basically how your CSS code will be compiled and display in the web browser. So basically giving this ID to it. So I will be giving declaring an ID as a hash, and again starting with the test ID that would be having the background color of red. So now here is the twist come that I would be showing you, like how CSS preprocessor would be working. So if you can see over here, so I have given this with uh, the class name backblue along with a test ID. So if I have defined an ID toward particular division, so it have a higher priority toward classes. So that's why the background color remain the same. If I change this background color from blue to green, it does not affect, as we definitely have the background color of red. Along with we have uh, explicitly defined that it has an ID. So ID has a higher priority, and hence the background color will be same as that of that we have defined within the ID. And again, if we define this ID in the div tag, so again the color would be changed of this tab also. But again, I was comparing this as per the JavaScript. You cannot point to a particular div with same ID. Only the first div that is being processed through the JavaScript. So this div would be only handled through JavaScript. So again, clearing this out. So now, what if I have given two classes with like back blue and back red again? So here's the twist come. So this is the main scenario that you would be looking to also. Like if uh, the black would be blue and back would be red. Red. So checking again the class names. So again it would be red. So going back towards the initial scenario, so we can see the background color is being changed, is being taken as this back red. But why? Here comes the first scenario. What if we change this class name? Uh, like if I have written back red add back, so maybe it will be taking the properties that is present at end of the class name. So again, if I hit refresh, but it is again taking the red background color. So what is our mistake? So I want to give a background color of blue. The back red should not be uh, disturbing that back blue. So again, the answer is what how CSS preprocessor work is, it render this, it take all the property, it set to a particular element. But if another class is applied to the same division, and if it is below that, like if back I have written this back red class below this back blue class, so the all the properties that is already being defined to a particular division, so that is being overridden by the new properties. If I again copy this whole CSS property and back red class and I just copy and paste it above the back blue class and hit refresh. So again, the CSS preprocessor would be handling it like this, like the background color red would be given to this division, and again while processing all the CSS style.scss or CSS file, so it would be considering this also. So it would be overriding the current background color with a new one. So the background color turns from red to blue. So this is the main scenario, and again the classes with uh, classes at the end of the CSS file have the higher property as that of the above class, and again the second is the IDs have the higher priority than classes. So again we have the concept of inline styles. So inline style have the highest priority among all of these three. So that determine our, like if I want to give a background color of aqua, so the color change from blue to aqua. So again, it has the highest priority than the IDs too. So the next step would be like using the important keyword. So again, for overriding a particular class name, if I don't want to override this override this whole CSS file or CSS property that is being defined below the file. So I would be writing it as, if I want to determine this, the background color should be definitely red, irrespective of uh, whether it is containing at below the file or above the file. So I would be writing it as exclamation mark followed by important keyword. So if I click press save, and again if I hit refresh, so again CSS property have given importance to the property that we have defined along with the term important. So the background color with the value of red have been termed as of the higher priority, and the background color does not change from red to any of the color. So basically we does not use important as we use the basic concept of CSS, like defining the class name and the property at below of the file to determine the priority. And again, like following by we have defined the CSS property. Now we will be coming towards the animation part. So this is the main and interesting part that we would be looking like. So how we can animate within the web pages. So again, I would be creating a simple animation and I would be describing so how it would be looking like. And again, following by with the simple animation that we would be looking towards, like changing of the background color at constant speed. So I would be determining, like I would be changing a background color from red to blue. So I would be defining a class of animation one. Again, I would be declaring this same class name as to this class as animation one. So again, this, so the class name does not have any styling yet, but I would be declaring it as background color of to red. Again, also want to change the color of it to white. Now, yeah, so we would be declaring an animation. So how we can declare the animation is, it should definitely have two instances. Like initially it would be starting with the animation name, along with it have, sorry, it have a total of 6 different phases, like to define an animation. Initially it should have a animation name. So how the animation would be working and how it would be transforming from one state to another. So initial step would be like I would be defining an animation name as uh, color change, and the next would be the duration of the animation. I would be keep it as 1 second. So neglecting the other properties that the animation property have. So I have just defined the animation name as well as animation duration. So I would be typing it as the next step is defining this particular animation name. So there is a particular keyword name as keyframe. Initially, starting by entering the @ symbol, followed by a keyframe. So I would be entering an identifier. Identifier is nothing but the name of the animation. So I would be writing the color change. So this name should be same as that of we have defined it at this animation property. So there are two instances. Either we can type it as from and then to. So we can determine a number of properties like we have the initial background color as red, and we want to change it to background color to blue. So this is the most common like animation that we can do within this application. So the background color is changed from red to blue at an instance of 1 second, and again after completion of the animation, it automatically convert back to this background color. So if I type it as green, so again refresh. So again the color is red to blue, and again it transform back to the initial background color. But if I want to keep the color as the last step, so what I do is add a forward to it. Forward mean like it should be stopped as soon as the animation end, and the background color should not change. So again going back to that. So our animation background color changes transition from red to blue, and the color stop till that point. Again, the next step would be determining along with the percentage. Like at 0%, the background color should be red, and till 100% at completion of the animation, so it should be at the background color of blue. And again, we can determine endless number of percentage. So how the background color should change, like at 50%, at half time, how the background color would be. It should be like green, and the animation should be of at least of 5 seconds. So by hitting refresh, so the animation background color changes from red to green and then to blue till half time. And we can again control the speed by changing the percentage, or we can use a new metric known as animation time delays. It can be like we have different sets of property like ease in out, or we can we it basically use the concept of cubic bezier. So we have a bunch of value and it's a function. So you can definitely heads upon the bezier website, and you can determine how the speed and the flow would be flow of the animation would be changed from time to time. So this is the base concept of how we can uh, we can animate through it. And again, if I want to move that particular div from top to bottom, so I would be just typing it as transform translate. So basically transform is nothing but it creates a hidden axis, graph axis, as you have studied about the graph. So we have the x-axis, y-axis, as well as z-axis for 3D rotations. And if I want to just make a transformation or transition from on upon from top to left, like vertically, so I would be like defining it on the y-axis. So I want to transform it from 0 till 100 pixel. So again, click on save and hitting refresh. So the transition start from 0 till 100 pixel. So the division again is being the transition is being again from top to bottom. If I want to have it on the x-axis, so from left to right, again it would be from left to right section. Again, this is the common uh, animation type of thing. So again, commenting this code out, and this also. So we would be having a responsiveness session over here. So again,
And just to make you understand, like what exactly is the responsiveness, that as the screen size increases or decreases, how your HTML file or your web application can adjust to the screen size. So as we know that each and every screen is of a different size. So how can we ensure that our application is still having the same kind of dimensions and based on the screen size, you're able to still see it properly structured. So that's what we're going to be looking at now with the with the uh, accessibilities. Yeah, good.
Awesome, Shiva. Yeah, correct. And also, again, we have a different bunch of modules. So all the modules is being uploaded to this GitHub uh, repository as we have defined earlier. So we have the module one, we have all the recordings as well as the presentation slide already available over the repository on the Scalar Academy. And again, the link would be shared by Shiva either in the YouTube comments or live within the video. Or Shiva, you can pin it up on the screen again. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it will be containing all the topics covered in the module one, and I would be uploading all the session as well as the recording of the video and what we have covered within the module two uh, in this repository again. So yeah, you can follow this repository if you want to have a reference to the previous modules. Again, going back to the previous one. So again, refreshing the page, I have created a div as hello world when hitting refresh. So yeah, it's visible. Like I have selected as I have clicked on the selection tool, so I have selected the div, and it would be pointing towards the div that is visible over here. And again, I would be giving a class of responsive. So basically, I would be demonstrating this how responsive would be working. And again, by clicking, I have entered the class name as responsive, and again followed by I want to give a height to it, like for example 300 pixel, and it should have a particular width. And again, determining by uh, I have determined the height. So like commenting this out, and you cannot obviously see the height of the division that is being created, but if you hover over the division, so you can see like the height of the div is 300 pixels. So again, going back, so I would be adding a background color so that it would be clearly visible, again along with the color red. So again, we have the background color of red, and I would be determining the color as white. And I will also increase the font size in order to check the hello world instance out. So font size would be like near about 60 pixel. So that's a bit big. Yeah, awesome. So I would be also adding padding so it would not be like attached to the screen. Awesome. So again, we have the bunch of property over here added. And again, I would be defining a particular width to it. So basically the width should be at least 800 pixel. Again, this is the 800 pixel, or we can increase the size to 1200 pixel. So now it's perfect. So the width of the deviation is 1200 pixel along with the height of 300 pixel. So now here the word responsiveness comes. So what if I want to reduce my screen size till uh, like let me again check that out. Again, I would be aligning that dock to below. And again, I would be clicking on this responsive toolbar icon. So this responsive toolbar definitely help us to determine the screen widths. So initially the screen width is 1442 pixels. What if we reduce the screen size till like 1232 pixel? It's again a bit uh, right, as we can see. But if we reduce the screen size to 1000 pixel? So again, we can see over here, like we have the body, and we have determined the responsive as width of 1200 pixel with the background, and we have some font size And what if we have a bunch of hello worlds written over there? We can click on the refresh. So you can see over here, like my responsive tab is somewhat a bit tricky as compared to the last one. So if I reduce this, so you can see over here, like a scroll bar is visible. So a scroll bar should not be visible horizontally if we are at mobile. So no one want to see a scroll bar or something like to view all the content. So it should be definitely aligned. Like if I remove this width, so it should be the text should be automatically aligned according to the width of this screen. So as you can see, if I have not entered the width, so the text is automatically aligned. But if I entered the width, so basically a scroll bar would appear in order to have that maximum amount of width that is being already defined, that is 1200 pixel, along with the margin that we have added. Like we have added a margin of 10 pixel. So 10 pixel on either of the side, like 10 pixel plus 10 pixel. So the total width of the component or the division that we have used will be approximate equal to 1220 pixel. So 1200 plus 20 pixel, as on the left side the padding is also given, and as well as on the right side. And again we already have the margin of the body of 8 pixels. So basically we have a total width of 1236 pixels. So basically, in order to make it responsive, so we have a bunch of scenario, like we can use media query along with it. So how we can determine that by uh, clicking on typing it at the rate sign, as we have done in determining the keyframes of the animation at the rate sign, proceeding it by media. So basically media mean all the screen width that we would be using. Screen means, so we have two sets of instruction. So our web page can also be printed by clicking on control P or command P. So basically you can save it as a PDF. So how it would be looking like within a PDF. So basically here the screen mean it, the property that would be defined within this would only be would only be referred to the screens, like the desktop or the devices, that would not be affecting any of the PDF formats or printed formats. So basically, I've written screen, and I would be proceeding with the and symbol. So as to determine, I would be adding another property, combining with followed by a parenthesis. I would be writing max width, followed by a colon. I would be determining the maximum width should be at least uh, 1300 pixel, as we have a total of 1200 pixels. So we have to calculate this uh, if we are determining our width explicitly. In many of the cases, and generally we does not determine width of the division, but in this case, as we have defined the width, so we will be calculating this. So 1200 plus 10 on either side, 1220 plus 8 pixels. So we have 1236, but combined, I will be taking a total of uh, like to determine, we can take we have, so let it be like 800 pixel, 800 pixel, and again, yeah. So that would be like I would be taking a maximum width of 1000 pixel. So the responsiveness would class would work as it is, but as we reach a maximum width like of 1000 pixel, so this class would be rendered. Else all the width that is below 1000 pixel, like 900 pixel, if we are taking, so we would be defining we would be explicitly defining the width of the responsiveness class. So I would be taking a width of 500 pixel. So again, by clicking on refresh, so as soon as the width reaches below 1000, so it will be taking a total width of 5 500 pixel along with the 10 pixel of padding that we have. Again, when we increase the size above 1000 pixel, so automatically it convert back to 800 pixel. So basically it defined the maximum width that we have to in order to uh, like execute these properties and along with these classes that we have. And again, so we have the responsiveness done over here. So we have the second property, like this is the maximum width, like till maximum to maximum 1000 pixel. So these property will be available, but below this, so we have the another property of minimum width. So we have defined at least, so that's like at most 1000 pixel my these property should be executed, but min width mean at least 1000 pixel should be there in order to execute these properties. So for example, if I turn my screen size to below 1000 pixel, so 800 pixel would be visible. But if I increase the size above 1000 pixel, so again increasing the size, so my width would be 500 pixel. So that determine, so at least it should be 1000 pixel in order to execute these property and the classes. And in this we have the maximum width of 1000 pixel. Uh, like below 1000 pixel these property would be executed, else we would be fallback to these property that we have defined without any media queries. So these at the rate media keywords are determine the media query, how we will be assigning different bunch of properties and stuff to our css. So we have a different concept for responsiveness. So whether rather these responsiveness are used if we want to update padding margin or something, some property, if explicitly, but generally we use some concept like display grid, as well as we have the second property as display flex. So we what display flex is, so basically it flexible it like let me show you an example. For example, like we have a particular div. So basically, div contain take the whole width of the element. So we have hi, hello, and we have world. Again, when I hit refresh, so you can see over here. So hello is another div that is taking the whole width of the screen. Again, the world is another division that is taking again the whole screen, whole width of the screen. But if, what if I want to give these two div a flexible width? So I would be using this display flex property. So what is it does is it basically determine it all the child element between this responsive class name. So that would be taking a flexible width. So again, hitting save and clicking on refresh button. So click on the selection tool. So you can see over here. So we have two division that is taking a flexible div according to the content that they have, along with and rest of the place have been emptied. So we can also perform some specific function to this uh, flex box. So for example, like let me increase the screen font size to again to 60 pixel. Okay, so color would be the same. Again, yeah. So we have a bunch of space left over here. So we have some terms like if I want to align this hello at left end, and if I want to align world at right end, so it must have a separate division or separate tag in order to execute this functionality. So I would be typing justify content and space between. So it evenly separates the space between them and hello space between these two div. And if I want to equally aligned these two element and should be equally spaced, so it is spaced evenly. So basically the space between these elements would be even. But if I want to align this, having the space between them according to their widths. So space around. So the space is uneven, but in this, like the below space is more, but the left hand and the right hand space is less, as per like the spacing between them. The this div would be handling this space also. Like if it's a 10 pixel of space, so it would be having the same 10 pixel of space as on the right hand side. Again, with wall will be having the same exact amount of space at left hand side. Again, along with the right hand side of space. So basically combined, it would be a 10 pixel of space along with this content of determining any width along with this 10 pixel plus 10 pixel. So the total would be a 20 pixel of space, and along with on the right hand side, so we have the 10 pixel of space over here. So again, we have the next property of grid. So again, pushing toward the last property and the last section of the this module. So basically, grid is same as that of flex, but it is much more powerful. Like all these two property are most powerful while creating responsive designs. And again, the display grid is if you have seen a newspaper, so we have a different bunch of columns as well as row. So basically, grid is nothing but determining the whole web page and like separating each of the content along with uh, like creating some grids. If I want to create a particular grid on left hand side, and I should have a different bunch of column on the right hand side, so maybe I would be having a bunch of division tag and have a child tag iterated over that. But with the grid, I can easily define each and every section of HTML page, and I can separate them from each of the div. Uh, while not and like typing any like I will not be entering any uh, separated div text. So like introducing you with grid. So again, it would be you can determine this grid as this grid tab. So what is does is like it should have a template. So basically, I would be creating a template by determining as grid template column. So again, the value would be what, how much space the first element should take and how much space the second element should take. So basically, the first element should take 300 pixel and the second element should take 800 pixel, for example. So like let's suppose 500 pixel. So again, by checking that, so again by clicking on these grids, so basically the first have taken this 300 pixel and the second div has taken 500 pixel. So basically we can explicitly define how much space it would be taken, it should be given. And if I want to have a even space between both of the div, so what I do is like this is the basic base uh, symbol for determining uh, the grid spacing. So FR means fragment. So it would be taking one fragment. One fragment means instance of a grid. Like it can be as small as uh, uh, the smallest content of the grid or as large as the rest of the amount. What I meant is by this is that this extension definitely depends upon the sibling elements. If the sibling element have the width total width of 300 pixels, so the first element that has been given the value of one fragment, one fr, so that would be taking the whole space. uh, if the second division have been given 300 pixels, so the first division would be taking the rest amount of space that is being left with them with inside the grid. So we definitely have a bunch of other properties too. We can also define templates around rows or along with column, combine that, and along with we can also define areas. So you can definitely we can cover these all these property in our upcoming sessions and modules.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, basically, what we'll be covering in the next session is that, of course, the idea behind this entire project is also to get you started with the project that we're going to be building. So, in the next session, we'll be covering the basics of JavaScript, how you can utilize JavaScript to, sort of change or make these HTML, CSS elements interactable. All of that can be handled with JavaScript, which is scripting language for the web, and we'll be also showing you live with a demonstration for the note taking application, so stay tuned for that. So Upender is asking how the Prettier is working.
okay, so explaining about the Prettier. So basically, we have the extension tab over here. So get just type Prettier over it. So we have a bunch of uh, other extension too, but this is my favorite one that basically format the code that we are writing. So basically, just install this extension from the marketplace that is available on the left panel of the VS Code editor. And again, by installing this, so you just have to go to settings. You can click on Control comma in Windows or Command comma in Mac. So basically, this is a two-step process. So basically, you have to define like when the formatter should be when the formatter should run, and the second step would be defining a particular formatter. So basically, I would be searching for a particular setting like save. So I want to run my formatter on save. So I can see format on save. So just click on this checkbox. So it would activate the formatter, and now I would be typing the format. So the default formatter would not be selected. So we have to explicitly define what formatter I would be looking for when I click on save. So I would be defining the Prettier code formatter. So just by following these two steps, so you can install the code formatter.
Yeah,
And now what
and
code formatter do is like if I does not have any indentation or something and it is misaligned to the whole project. So by clicking on save, so it automatically add that indentation, and again it format all the tag that are defined above this so at once. So
yeah,
the code would be much more prettier than it was before. So that
yeah,
would be
because it
easily
comes with
understand.
inbuilt. Yeah, it comes with a lot of inbuilt languages support. So based on what particular type of file extension that you have, for example, it's a .js file for JavaScript, .html for HTML based files. It will figure that out, and it will, based on the standards. So this is where we call, the code indentation. That how well can you represent your code? It's mainly therefore, of course, it makes it easier to understand the code and also makes the code more readable. So you can use things like the Prettier, and then we have a lot of other extensions that you can use. This is just one of the most common ones. So for today, we are going to be very specifically talking about an introduction to JavaScript. What are some of the like data types, keywords that you will find in JavaScript? How to basically include JavaScript as of basically in your HTML files, or if you're creating a web project. Then we'll be looking at DOM manipulation, which is really really important. Then we'll be looking at some of the more in-depth concepts such as array objects, event listeners, that they are sort of correlated, and also some of the ES6 concepts as well related to web development. So with that, over to you, Raghav.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shivai, for the introduction as well as explaining all the content that we will be covering in this session. So basically moving towards, so today's session will be majorly focused on JavaScript, as well as we will be doing some hands-on session upon how JavaScript work in real time, and we will be creating some projects as well as we will be testing some of the function along with the developer tools. So that would be having on a live environment. So we will be proceeding with that in a little while. So before proceeding, so basically I will be telling you about what is JavaScript, and along with some fun facts about JavaScript. So basically, coming towards the JavaScript, so it is the basic functionality of for web development. Like it is basically used in the front end as well as we can use as a back end. And again, for the front end, we have a bunch of stuff. So basically, it defines how HTML document behaves. So if we just want to click on a button, if we have some listeners over there, or if we move the mouse pointer. So basically, everything that is functional, and again, we can a user can act upon it. So that is basically is being defined and done by JavaScript itself. So till now, like JavaScript is the most popular language and again the most used language. And according to the Stack Overflow stats of the last year, and again, almost every web developer is should have an essential skill of how JavaScript they would be using like. And again, the best part is it's a very lightweight language that we will be using upon. And again, that is that work in just in time compiled. That means like the code that we will be writing, so that would be executed within a browser, so basically at the time of execution. So it will not be compiled or run before or uh, in between. It will just compile and it will be executed when we want and when the browser wants. And again, as I've told, like it's the most popular language, and again it's used in front end as well as back end. And basically JavaScript, as the name suggests, so it's basically a scripting language. So that means the compiler read the JavaScript code line by line. So the instance that we have written above, so that would be read first and compile that, and then the line that or the code that we have written down, so it will be compiled further. So again, the important note is like in early 90s, so basically JavaScript does not have a particular name. So basically the initial name was Mocha. So that's a complete opposite of what JavaScript is now. And again, the names are changed uh, like a couple of times. So that's again written as LiveScript, and the initial name was given JavaScript when it is like broadly published in the web browsers. And again, and at the end of 90s decades, so basically it has been the JavaScript uh, environment has been handed over to ECMA, ECMA Foundation. So basically MDN Foundation, the Mozilla Foundation. So basically they suggest all the changes, and they took over JavaScript and named it as ECMAScript. So basically the real name of JavaScript is ECMAScript according to the today's world. So again, the common term is JavaScript and the short term is JS. So that we would be writing upon. So these are small fun facts. And again, so how we will be using that JavaScript within the HTML file. So that's the main concern. Like we can write the JavaScript code, but how we can execute that within an HTML file or any other environment. So basically, we have three different ways to like carry upon with the JavaScript code. So the initial one is like using a script tag. So so I would be having a live demonstration how we will be using these three approaches, and I would be demonstrating that include. But for the reference purposes, so basically we have three ways. So initial we would be using the script tag, and the second one we would be using again using an external file JS like contributing all the code to an external JS file and then importing it as we do with the CSS one. So basically this again the CSS have the three parts how we can use CSS within our HTML document. Again, we can use either inline CSS style tag or we can write an external CSS and then afterward link it to the main HTML document. So again, that whole structure has been explained in the module 2 that we have already done. And for this, so again we would be, the second point would be making an external file, and the third point would be like using inline JavaScript. So basically it's not like the previous instances, like we can define some there are some restriction when we are adding an inline JavaScript. So basically we have some event listener like on click, yeah, on hover or something. So basically we define that CSS within that particular inline element, and then we will execute that code. Again, we will be having a hands-on session of all these stuff. So in a while. So moving toward the next. So basically, so today's session will be more focused on the hands-on part. So we does not have a much theory part. And again, the JavaScript is a huge environment in which we can dive upon and we can learn too many stuff. But it again, the theory is too vast to explain in a single video. But again, we will try to cover as much as we can. So coming towards the DOM, so how the JavaScript work in the front-end environment is by like combining all the HTML document and all the CSS part in a single module called as DOM. So basically, a browser consists of the renderer area, the white space in which the content is available. So that is nothing but DOM. That is again described by all the JavaScript. So basically, when we write a document, so we can control each and every part of it, and the tree structure that we have explained in the previous module, the module 2. So again, that is again worked in this DOM structure, and we can define any of the value, as well as we can define some functions and apply to it, and we can also manipulate some text button, or we can add some elements to it, we can create it, we can delete it, and again we can transfer the data from one place to another, we can handle the pages, and we can basically link to other pages. There are a lot of application as well as stuff that we can do with the help of JavaScript. So basically that is all done by a single object model, that is DOM. So again, I would be explaining that, and we will be having an hands-on session upon the DOM, and we would be revolving around that. So again, going over the hands-on session that we will be performing. And again, the topics that we would be covering in this is like the data types, how there are different data types, and we will be creating some functions, and then integrating how we can integrate JavaScript into the HTML file, and again in uh, ex, uh, like exploring that part instance, and having a DOM manipulation, how we can create and change, update different DOM or HTML tags that we used to create. And again, we will be having some event listener applied to it. And at last, we will be having some concepts about ES6. So basically, the thing that I explained you about, so the ECMAScript. So basically, that's nothing but that the short form is ES6. Oh, ES. And again, we have a different bunch of version along with it, uh, denoting by 1 2 3 4 5. So that the ES6 in 2015 basically, so there was a major change in the JavaScript, basically the module. So that's particularly defined as ES6 ECMAScript version 6 in 2015. So we have a bunch of concept along with some iteration over it. So we will be explaining all that in this hands-on session. So basically we have covered two modules till now. The first one is the simple Git intro, Git and GitHub session, along with some developer tools, and along with some deployment of along with Git. And in second module, we have the introduction to HTML as well as CSS, and referred how we can link those documents, how we can work, and we can style the documents. And again in this module, so basically that would be totally focused on JavaScript and how we can manipulate the HTML file as well as the whole document along with the JavaScript. So starting with the session, so I would be creating a simple HTML file, so named as index.html. Again, so you can neglect this one. So uh, we have a simple extension over here that already been explained in two previous modules. So basically, this is a Visual Studio Code extension named as HTML code snippets. So that basically helped me a lot in writing some code as well as boilerplates. So by just hitting the exclamation mark and by entering it, so I will be getting a boilerplate code. And so that's basically done by the HTML snippets. So I would be creating a simple div element with a name with a text hello in it. So uh, I would be running that in, so that's module 3. So I would be running it in the browser. So hello is written over it. So basically, before starting, so we would be having some introduction about what how we can use JavaScript, some basic terminologies and functions, how we can create arrays and different bunch of other data types. So basically, you can either go towards, like, just click on these three dots, then more tools, then developer tools, or you can press Control Shift and I to open developer tools. So this is the main tool that we will be using while learning about JavaScript. So basically, every browser have their own JavaScript compilers. So in this, we in the Chrome browser, so we have V8 engine that compile all JavaScript code into one. And again, so uh, we can execute every JavaScript each JavaScript code that we will be writing within the HTML document. So that would be executing within this console, and the response would be provided within this white space, or the content area, the main content area of the browser. So the basic uh, thing that we can do on this console is, like, if I want to like, the first thing that we do in every language is like print hello world. So basically in this console, so we will be printing a simple hello world. So that's done by, so by writing console. So console represent this particular instance that we have opened, and we want to print something. So print is nothing but logging something on a screen. So here the terms come as log. So we are explaining the console dot to log something. So what we will be writing, hello world. So here the hello world message come up. So basically you just have to be stuck on this message tab. So if you are on any other tab, like no error or warning tab, so the message would won't be appear. So that again happened in my module 1. So I was in my no error tab and no message was coming up. So basically we have to be in the message uh, tab within the console, so all our message would be appeared. So again, when we have console the hello world, so this undefined has appeared out of nowhere. Like, I am not defined undefined to be consoled on, to print on the console. But again, what it define is basically each and every function that the JavaScript calls, so that have to return something. So the console.log that we have written over here, so that is not returning something. If what I mean by return is, so if the function is called and after the execution, so it should give a value or something like a simple number, string, or array, at least something. so that we can use that value and we can assign it to some particular variable. But this console.log is not returning something or not giving a particular any value. So that's why we are having undefined. And again, I would be explaining this the uh, in a while. So basically, this is a simple printing of uh, statement over the console. So the next part is like defining some variables. So the variables are defined by var keyword. Again, the var means simple variable, as the name suggests. So I would be having a simple variable name x, and so basically what it means is, so we are defining a variable. So here the variable is defined like var x. X is being defined and it has been given some memory within the memory space. So it is being declared, x is being declared, and now when we put equal to, we will be giving some value, like I would be giving one value to it. So now we have declared the value x and initialized x as the value of 1. So basically x has been given a value 1 to it. So when I click on hit enter, so again it is returning undefined. So basically we have again performed a function and assigning declaring a variable and assigning a value 1 to it, and again it is returning nothing. So that's why basically it is giving undefined, and we can see undefined over the console. So I can now I have declared a variable, and now I can use x at anywhere, any instance, or a point. Like if I want to print 1, so basically I would be writing console.log, and I would be so basically log is a function of console, and again I would be writing, rather than typing it explicitly 1, so I would be giving a variable over here. So just by declaring x over here, so 1 would be appeared. So that means x, the value 1 is being stored in x, and we have used x in a function. So that have returned us 1. And again, so if you have seen some pop-up that appeared on the module, so basically that's the alert function. So again, if we want to alert something, or if we want to have a pop-up appear over the screen, over the browser, that denotes some error or some command that has to be done. So basically we can done with the alert part. So hello world again. So by clicking on enter, so this page say hello world. So this is nothing but a simple alert that we can show within the browser. So this alert function is available. These functions are available in each and every browser, and you can use. But the design can be changed and varied from browser to browser. But again, if we hit alert, so a pop-up would be appeared saying the term that we have written within that function. And again, so we have basically declared a variable, and also again, so we have declared a variable as x. So basically if I want to know what is the type of x, so basically I can write type of. If the screen is not visible, I believe like it's a bit smaller, so I can increase the text size. Yeah, I believe now it must be okay. So so till now we have done the console log, and again defined a variable along with initialization of the variable, giving the value x to 1, and again we have consoled that particular variable. So we have used variable in a function, and again we have used alert function to display a pop-up. Now I want to get a type of a variable x. So by writing type of uh, followed by a space, then the variable name that I'm using. So it basically returned a number. So the type of x, variable x is a number. As we have declared, we have initialized the value of x as 1. So 1 is a number. So it has returned be 1. So if I so basically JavaScript is a flexible language. So we can flexibly we can typecast the value of x variable name from number to string as if you have studied about like if you have worked in Java or C++. So basically that restrict us to change the data type. So basically we have to again define a particular variable with another uh, data type, and again we have to explicitly define and typecast that variable and then convert it to another data type. But in JavaScript, again, this var means variable. It can store any value. Either it can be a number, string, array, object, function, boolean value, null, undefined. So basically we have a bunch of value over here. So that is particularly based in JavaScript, and again we can easily typecast from uh, one variable or data type to another. So basically, if I want to give a string to it, so we can easily write x is equal to followed by a parenthesis or a single parenthesis. So hello. So again, if I console dot log x, so it prints hello. And again, uh, so basically there is another data type. So I would be clearing the screen. And yeah, so basically you can clear the console by just writing uh, clear command, or just by hitting on this cross icon. So basically it clears the console. So the next part is different type of data types that we will be using. So basically initially as I have defined, so it's a number, and we can again define, so we can see the type of side by side. So basically one is a number. If we define x is equal to hello, then type of x is a string, the next data type would be array. So now, uh, so prior to this, so I would be defining an object. So object look like this. So object in the JavaScript is have a curly braces, and then we have some key value pairs in it. So basically like name abc, then so we can also include some functions, and we can include any type of data within an object. So basically it combine a key along with the value. So I would be writing how we can invoke all the keys and value and where it will be used. So basically I have given a class of first, and again I would be defining that again the type of x would be an object. So this is a basically terminology of object, how it would be visible, and it contains a key along with the value pair, key value pair, simple key value pairs. And then now coming back towards the array or list. In Python it's known as list, but in JavaScript it is known as array. And different languages, so we have different terms to denote a particular array. So basically, so we have declared variable x along with an array. So if I write type of x, so that would again be an object. So if probably you will be thinking like the value of x may not be changed from this object to the next object like array, it should return array. But basically in JavaScript, array is nothing but a special type of objects. So if I expand this arrow key down, so basically as you can see above, we have a key value pair. So in JavaScript, again the list have a key value pair. The key means the index. So basically array start index start from 0. So we have 0, 1, 2, and again, so array is nothing but special type of objects, like the keys are denoted by a number uh, that represent their index. So basically 0 represent the first item, so the first item is 1, the first represent 2, and again the second item is third, represented by the like the index number, and again the type of the array would be again object. So there one will not be changed. So again the next data type come boolean values. Boolean means just simple true, either true or false. So basically I would be writing x is equal to like true. So returning type of boolean. So it would be a boolean. And again I can define x as a function. So how I can define as a function. So just writing by function. So this function would be giving me a simple console.log whenever I call this function with the term hello world. Okay, so I would be typing type of x. So again, that would be declared as a function. So basically, we have a bunch of data type over here, and again, we have another two special data type that I would be representing to you. And again, till now, I have declared a function with the name of x. So basically, I have assigned a variable name x to a function. So I can invoke this function by just by typing a parenthesis beyond it. So I would be calling this function. So it would be returning me hello world. And again, uh, so the two special type of data types that we have in JavaScript are undefined as well as null. So by giving x is equal to null and again checking the type. So null is again an object. So it is if you can define null as like null mean nothing, but again x has a value. So basically null is a special type of value in JavaScript. So basically we can assign this value to any of the variable, and if we declare this undefined and again we check the type of x, and again so that would again be undefined. So basically this is the another data type. So undefined means x is declared but the data type is not set. So uh, as compared to these data type that we have written till now, so basically uh, the first one is a simple number, then string, then we have object, then again we have array as an object, that is special type of database data type, a special type of object. And again we have boolean value, we have functions, we have null as an object, null is a value, and again undefined means we have declared a variable x but we have not initialized it, so with the type of undefined again. Now, coming towards the next part, uh, the thing that I would be explaining, like why undefined is appeared when we invoke that console.talk, or either we call this function, so we have undefined. So basically coming toward this, so I would be writing a function. So again, a function is created by just typing a function variable and again proceeding by a variable name like abc, then again by parenthesis. So in parenthesis we can give a bunch of arguments. So basically arguments is something like we insert that at the time of invocation mean like we have applied this parenthesis. So basically we have invoked this x function that we have defined over here. So invoke means just calling this function by typing parenthesis. So again, we'll be explaining this in a while. So how it could be used when within the HTML document. So these are some basic concepts that we would be understanding before proceeding with the main experiment that we would be doing with the HTML document. So these are the basic concepts that we have to keep in mind before proceeding. So again, I would be declaring a function with the keyword function along with function name ABC. So this is basically used to invoke or call a function. and again followed by parenthesis. Then I would be defining the body of the function, so what it would be containing. So this is the first step. Like I would be consoling, I would be printing a simple hello world, and I would be describing you the difference between when it will be give undefined and when it will not give undefined. So now uh, I will be declaring two function. So basically function xyz. So again it would be console.log, again world hello. Now this function will return something, like it will be will return a particular number, or it can return any string object or any data type that we want to return. So basically I would be returning a simple number, for example 1. So basically the function that returns something are true functions. So basically we can use a function with other data types, so that a function would return something, and that returned value would be assigned to next variable. So basically that functions are called true function. So this is a true function, but it's not a true function, as it is not returning something, it is giving undefined. So again, I have declared two functions. So I would be invoking these two functions alongside. So basically, I have invoked ABC, so that returned hello world, and I would be invoking XYZ, so that returned hello world hello, that we have printed in the console. And again, we have one. We can see one over here. So this is what this XYZ function returned. So how we can use this returned value, and how we can check that out. So basically it's nothing but for example, I would be declaring a variable named z. So I would be assigning ABC, not a simple ABC. So basically if I will be simply giving z is equal to ABC, so basically z will be converting into a function. So it would be referencing to like this. So I explicitly have to call z like this in order to get all the stuff. But if I do variable z is equal to ABC and then invoke this function. Now let's test it out. So when I console, if I print the value of z, so what I will be getting is undefined. That means the value of z will be undefined, as the function have not returned anything. So it is returning undefined, like it is returning nothing. And again, the value of z is not in z is not initialized with a value. So if we check, the type of z is undefined. But again, now if we declare again a variable z along with ABC. Oh, not ABC this time. So we would be declaring XYZ. So basically XYZ is returning 1. So again, by clicking on enter. So you can see world hello here, as we have invoked this function. So basically this function run, and we world hello is printed over the console. And again, it has returned undefined, as initializing a variable to some value does not return anything. Now, but if we console the value of z, so what we would be getting is 1. Now, if we check, the type of z is a number. So basically, what it does is, like when we invoke this function, so basically it has returned a particular value, and that value has been assigned to z when we have called this function. So basically it has it has print that world hello statement that we have written over it. And again, this xyz function has returned a particular value 1, and that one has been assigned to z. So basically now z is a variable initialized to a value of 1. So now we can use z at anywhere, and we can console.log or some, we can do operations over it. So this is a basic functionality of how we can do. And again, we have a simple if else statement, like if z is equal to 1. So these are simple statement, like if the first statement is true, then it will uh, run this function, else it will run the second function. So basically these are if else statement. If this equal to sign mean uh, whether to check value of z is 1 or not. If it is 1, so we can print like yes, and else we can print no. So when I have again run this function, so basically I got yes as an answer, as the value of z is 1. But what if I declare it as like z is, I don't want the value of z to be 1. So basically I have a not operator. So when I click on exclamation mark, so that means not equal to. So the answer is no. Again, yeah. So these are the simple terminology that we can use. So basically now coming back towards the main HTML part. So we have done the basic stuff. So how we would be declaring all the function, and we have how we can use JavaScript within. Now we are ready with JavaScript to execute within the HTML document. So now coming towards the HTML part. So I would be again like opening that HTML document, and again, yeah. So now it must be visible. So the concept of how we can declare a JavaScript within the HTML document is like the three forms that I've explained. The initial one is by entering a script tag, like I can type a script, and again I can write console.log hello world. There again, this is a simple statement. So again, this whole code has been automatically formatted when I hit save. So basically it again done by uh, the the extension named as Prettier. So you can download all the extension from this extension tab. So this extension tab is same as that of Play Store. So coming back toward the application, so I've saved this and I would be clearing the console. And again, when I hit refresh, so I can get this hello world written over here, and I would be getting which file this particular hello world text has been returned from, and it's at which line the function is being returned. So it is written on line 13. And again, when we click on this, so I can check out this in the source tab. I can check the whole HTML code that I have written, and at line 13, it is written like console.log hello world. So again, going back to the console tab. Now, what I will be doing is creating a simple button. So I would be having some kind of event listener and having on click listener attached to it. So basically that comes under the concept of DOM manipulation, how we can manipulate and we can uh, have some on our user can have interaction with the code that we have defined, or with the information that is being visible on the screen. So I would be creating a simple button, uh, click me, again hitting refresh. So it's a click me button. So I would be declaring a simple style. So I would be giving a class, and I would be initializing with a CSS file. So again, I would be giving button to it, giving the same class to it. And again, this is the main process, like linking that document, like dot mean the current folder, slash mean how what will be the next folder name or the file name. So this is the main.css file. And again, we have to give an extra attribute in order to specify what this file contains. So I would be giving a attribute as rel and giving it as style sheet. So all the content that is there in the main.css file, that is nothing but a style sheet. So this attribute is important beside this link href attribute. So I have already linked this main.css file to a button, and I would be increasing the font size to like 40 pixel. Again, then now it's a bit big, and now like I would be giving a background to it. Like let's style it background color of like aqua, and I need no borders. Cool. So this is a simple button. So I can define the cursor pointer to change the cursor as I hover over it. So basically, when I refresh it, so as I hover over it, so my cursor changes. So when I click this button, so basically something should happen. So how I can define it as like either I can create a function by like click alert, and then it should alert me something, or it should print me on the console. So basically, hello world. So when I click on save and hit refresh, so when I click on this button, nothing happened as I have declared the function, but I have not attached this function to the button. So basically, we have a bunch of event listener attached to it. Either we can use the DOM, or we can use IDs, or we can inline define the JavaScript. So it has a button has another attribute known as on click. So when I just type on, so I have an intelligence pop-up that display a number of event that I can proceed with. So basically, I am looking for on click. So basically, on click of the function, what should happen? So basically, I have to give reference to this function. So basically, declaring that and assigning this value. And again, at this point, I have just declared this function. So on click value again become this click alert, but I have to initialize this as by typing parentheses over it. So when I again go back to HTML document, so again by clicking on this, so we got hello world over the console. So again, at whenever time I click on this button, so hello world message appear on the console. So but basically I this console is not visible to a simple user. So what I do is just remove this console.log, and instead of this I just have an alert. So when I again refresh, so when I just click on this button, so I got an alert stating hello world. So this is a simple triggering of HTML document, how user can interact with the button and can see various type of stuff over the screen. So for now, let so basically I have defined an inline. I can also define inline JavaScript concept, like if I don't want to have this script tag, so this looks ugly. So I don't want to have the script tag, and again all the JavaScript code would be into it. That again make the our HTML document a bit bigger. So we try to reduce this as much as possible. So I will go with the inline JavaScript, right? So I would be writing. So again, uh, understood, like when I started with the double inverted comma, so that again would should end with a double inverted comma in between. So if I am writing a string, So again, that required a double inverted comma, but at this point of time. So when I write a double inverted comma, that means I have started over here and end over here. So again, that's a JavaScript error that will throw. So we have a bunch instead of simply uh, uh, using double inverted comma, so we can use a single inverted comma beside this. So I would be writing hello, and again clicking on save and refreshing. So basically, I would be sitting hello, and again I don't want to include this in my HTML document. So basically, again, reverting this. So this function must contain the click alert, and I would be removing this code, and I would be pasting it a new file, like writing it as the file name include with like proceeding with an extension. So that's GS simple.gs extension. So I would be writing all the functions and declare variable over here. So clicking on save and again this. So again, we have created a new file, but when we go back to the document again, refresh, nothing happened as we have not linked this GS file to our main HTML document. So we have again have to link, but this time this link tag won't work as we does not have a particular relevance attribute toward a script tag. We can just link some document manifest file, JSON file or something to it, CSS file, but we cannot link code to the main HTML file. So for the code, we again use script tag and we would be defining a source to it. So where the source is present. So again, I would be writing src, proceeding with a dot slash for the current folder, and that I would be entering the file name with extension. Clicking on save. So for now, I have successfully connected this HTML file with the external main.js file. So again, double check the name. So the name should be same as that of the function that we have declared. Again, hit refresh. Now we again have a hello world statement print over it whenever I click on it. So now I would be having this, it's a bit simpler. So I need my function to have like, it should take some argument, like whatever value I want to give. So that would be there in the alert. So I would be typing it as, uh, it would be taking some argument, arg, and again, the argument is a variable. So I can use this variable at any instance of point within this function. So this is basically it basically defined the scope of this variable. So the scope of this variable is nothing, is only within the particular function. Scope is nothing but uh, describing where we can use this variable. So starting from where the function start and where it end. In between these two parentheses, we can use this arg function. But beside this, so we cannot use this arg variable. So R can be anything like ABC, XYZ or something. You can write any name according to the use. So basically, this is a unique function, and basically, I can write any value to it. I can give any value to it, and it can display in the alert. So basically, hitting refresh. So by clicking on this, so basically this page see undefined. Undefined again, it means like we have this variable is being declared, but it is not initialized. So it does not contain any value. So again, going back to it, so I would be writing 1. So it should return 1. So hitting refresh, click me. So it again return me 1. So basically I have passed an argument to it. If I want to give an give any other statement, like again I would be using a simple inverted comma, hi. How are you? Again saving, refresh the page, and again click me. Hi, how are you? Again whatever argument that I want to give, so that again uh, is being displayed over the alert pop-up. And now removing this, and now so sometime what we do is in a real world application. So basically I want to have some default value. If no value is being given, so I want to have a default value to it. So basically what I describe is I go to R and I give a initial value to it. So basically initial value defining it as my name is Raghav. So again saving it, and I have not passed any argument. So refresh page and again click me. So it display, hi, my name is Raghav. But this time, uh, if I want to change the argument value, so I can directly pass this, hi, my name is Shivai. So I can directly pass this statement as in the argument, but the initial value won't change. So now when I hit refresh, so it must display, hi, my name is Shivai. Yeah, perfect. So again, so what we have, we can have some takeaways from this particular instance. So basically, we can declare a particular function, and we can pass argument to it, and we can use this argument in this scope. If I want to print this argument like beyond this particular function scope, so basically I would be writing args. So going back to the console, when I hit refresh, so basically it did define that the args is not defined at main.js line number 4. Going back to the main.js line number 4, so it is not defined. And again, if I just like put it at the top of the main.js file, so basically again at line number 1, arg is not defined. So basically what it do is, so but if I just shift it below this click alert function, so when I again hit refresh, so hi, my name is Shivai, hi, my name is Shivai. So where it come from? So main.js again. So our argument is being used within this scope, and again I have given a default value if I don't want to give any arguments to it. So again, yeah, we have declared a function and we have used it. Now what if I don't want to use this on click listener? So this is the main concept. So I have defined this. I want my JavaScript to explicitly have all the stuff taken from HTML. How we can use basically DOM. So DOM is, as we have described, DOM stand for Document Object Model. So what it do is, so if so we have a particular keyword known as document. Document means this full HTML file. So basically we have a bunch of attributes over here. So we can create an element. Either we can explicitly define it should be a division, it should be a paragraph tag, it should be h1 tag. We can create any element. We can get any element from the HTML document. Like if I want to take this button button tag, and I can define their CSS. I can define the function that it should perform. It should be taking a value. It should be throwing a value. What function it would be performing. I can perform various operations over it. The next, it would be, there are many different attributes that I can use. So basically, I would be using this common uh, function. So basically, get element by ID. It is basically a part of DOM document, and it is a function that take a parameter or an argument. So what it take is an ID. So the term that we have defined in module 2, like how we can define again CSS4 classes and IDs. So we have the concept over there. So again, if I write, and I have described you how CSS can change the CSS properties of the same IDs, but again, when we go in the concept of JavaScript, so how only one tag is being selected when we are using ID. So here I will be showing that. So initially I will be giving this particular instance of ID. So I am giving this button an ID of like it can be of any value, rather a string. So basically I would be giving it as new ID or button ID. Yeah, it basically describe what the ID contains. So I would be giving this same ID to this. So basically the ID should match with the ID that we have given in this particular button. So I would be storing this in a variable. So name is button tag. So now what it should look like. So we would be having a print over the console. So it look like this button tag that we've used. So when I hover over it, so basically a blue box appear over that along with the dimensions having an button ID of ID of button ID and a class of button and with the text of click me. So now we have referenced, we have make a reference from JavaScript to the HTML document by using this document.getElement by ID function. So I have referenced this. So basically I can describe any function to it. So basically I can describe like I want to add that on click listener now. So what I do is I have described this function and again I would be adding button tag dot on click. So now I would be having, so on click is again you can compare to this as an attribute. So the on click that we have written over here on click, so this is the same attribute that we are defining it here. So this is why it is known as document object model. So I have described you object as key value pair. So you can check this out as we have a document. So what is do is like we have a key and we have a value. So if I want to get this value, so what I do is I just simply pass console.log x.key. So I have given a reference to key and I have console this. So when I go back to the console, so I would be having, I can see the value over here. So x.key means this value. Now we can also declare some function. So I can declare alert click over here and I can define alert with hello world. Again, when I go back to alert click x dot alert click and again I click on save and I hit refresh. So again I am getting a pop-up of hello world written over here. So basically what I've does is if I want to declare a function, so what I do is I would be simply typing attribute function to it and again giving parentheses as we have declared it earlier. So I would be writing this. So what we have done is we have created a variable or a key with the name alert click and we have given it a value of a function. So what we will do it now is now if we console this particular x dot alert click value, so it will return a function. So basically rather I should be given a particular pop-up displayed over screen. So but now for getting a pop-up, so for this I have declared a variable with the value of function. So now I have to invoke this function. So basically I have to write a parenthesis over it and click on save to get the console printed over or the statement printed over the pop-up. Now Again, you can compare this particular code along with, like, this is the variable name document that has a function name get element by id, that again perform a particular function that we does not know. So have some function, so it basically do something. And again we have a bunch of attributes over here, like if I want to style append child or have an inner html, so basically we have an inner html, we can add a style. So we have a bunch of object over here. So describing whole document as a form of a simple object, so that's nothing but a document object model. So that basically describe every thing about how we can visualize how DOM look like. So this is how I am uh, using all the functions. So basically I have a document, you can compare it to an object. So we have a bunch of functions over here, and again that comprises of hundred and thousand of functions, variable, data types, and many more. So basically that comprises of a whole document. So again, coming back to our uh, button click. So again, the whole DOM is a huge concept to understand how we can manage all the functions and variables, and it's really a wide concept. Yeah, so coming back to the button tag, we will be having a non-click function. So I would be giving a value of click alert, and again I would be just passing a reference. Now this time I would not won't be calling this function, so that would be again on click. If I want to execute this function, so basically that does by again by clicking on this function. So just again by refreshing the page and clicking on this particular icon, so again I got an object pointer event. So that have a bunch of value. Again we have this click alert. So now uh, we have defined, we have given an alert, and we have described every step that we can take. So if I again call this invoke the function, so basically at the time of invocation, at the time of HTML load, so basically the alert page or the alert pop-up appears. So at the time of click, it won't work. So when I give parentheses to it, so basically we just have to pass a reference to click alert function. And again, now we have passed the click function, but there is an another way. As per this scenario, we cannot pass a particular argument to it. So basically the thing that you are, if I again hit refresh, or not refresh, I save this and hit refresh and click on this. So basically you can see this object pointer function. So what it denotes is this object is coming from this onClick function. So onClick function has a bunch of arguments to it, and this argument is being passed to this arg variable. So this arg variable is nothing but getting a value of the pointer event object, the total pointer event object, and that is being displayed over the alert, as well as we can see over the console. So what we can do with these uh, on click arguments. So again, as I've stated, like it's a huge the DOM itself is a huge object. So we again get an object when I pass an argument. So again, I don't want to have this. So basically just want to have a simple alert of hello world. Again, click on refresh and just click on the button. So again, this page gives a hello world pop-up over it. Yeah. So till now we have added event listener. We have just seen how we can describe different define different type of JavaScript and how we can define it within the documents. Now, like coming towards how we can basically manipulate DOM items. Now, for example, I have a particular division. I have to change text in it. So basically, initially it is written, "Hi, can you change me by clicking over this button?" Now, when I hit refresh, so a division would appear by stating like, "Hi, can you change me by clicking on this button?" So it's a kind of challenge to me. Like it is, this document is challenging me to click on this button and to change the text or within this document. So by clicking on this button, so I am initially having an alert, but now I have a challenge. Like I have to create a function that changes the text. So basically what I do is like I again will be giving a ID to it that represent the div ID. So again that can be any name, but whatever name that you want to give to the ID, and again referencing this again ID to div tag document dot get element by ID. Again I have referenced this to the div tag. So what on the button dot on click should do is, so it should have a function. So neglect this. It should have a function. So that should like change text of that div tag. So basically, I would be referencing to the div tag, and I would be having a attribute as inner HTML. So it has a key of inner HTML. So I can so it's not a function. It's basically a value. So what I can do is just by stating div tag dot inner HTML, I can directly assign a value to it. So I can assign like lol. I have changed your value. So now when I again hit refresh, so by just clicking on this button, so the main div that has an initial text of "Hi, you can change the value of me by clicking on this button." So now we have finally changed the text that is being displayed over the screen within the division. And if we go to the element tab, and again you can see the text has been again changed from the element tab, but again that does not affect our code. So that's why when we again hit refresh, so the initial text would be appeared over the screen. So now what we have done till now is we have added an event listener, we have taken an inner HTML, we have created some uh, fun changes, fun activities, and then now again uh, we have a bunch of again by describing input text. So basically, I would be describing an input with the type of simple text. So what I will be doing is, so I would be removing this, or I would be commenting this div icon, and again I would be commenting this. So basically what I want to do is transfer a particular text from an input to another input. So again, I would be writing a placeholder or of transfer text from here. And the second placeholder will tell transfer text to here from, and then from this particular input to the second input. So I would be giving an ID of input one. So it a bit uh, trickier that we have done with in the initial JS initial script that we have written. So I would be typing it a value of input 2. So again, I would be declaring new variables like input 1 is equal to document dot get element by ID. So basically, I have just created a reference to that particular input element. And again, I would be creating a second reference to the second input at which I want to transfer my text. So now what I will do is like I would be getting this particular value that is being written in the first input field. I would be copying that value, storing it in a variable, and then that variable would be giving the value to the second input. So how I can do this as I would be declaring a simple variable. So I would be again representing you how what this const mean. So basically, this is a new terminology. So I would be covering in the ES6 session. So in a while. So basically, I would be creating again a variable. So I would be having this input reference input one dot. Uh, sorry. So I would be getting a variable. So initial text. So I cannot declare a variable name with spaces or like starting with a number. So it should be a text or I can start with the underscore if you want. So basically initial text. So initial text will contain the value of first input. So I would be defining that input one dot. Now in this it is not inner HTML. Inner HTML mean the element or the text that is enclosed between that uh, particular instance that we have selected from this document.getElement by ID function. So in this, if I want to get all the value from this particular input, so the keyword is value, input dot value, simple value. So basically, if I want to console this, so basically I would be consoling this as initial text. So I have these two text area, text fields. So I will writing hello. Again, going back to console when I click on click me. So this is the same text that I'm writing over here. So again, now our first step is completed. Like we have copied that value from input field one to the second input field. So now what I want to do is want to copy this particular text that we have copied from the input one, and I want to assign the value to the input two. But what I do is again simply just writing by input dot value, and I would be assigning this as initial text. Again, I would be writing any random alphabet and just by clicking over it. So the text has been pasted over the second input. But now what I want to do is I want to remove the first input box, all the text that is available in the input box after transfer. I want to transfer the text, not it should be there. It should not be there within two fields. So again, I would be uh, before that I would be creating a simple BR tag to separate these two, and this should be clearly visible. So again, I would be what I do is like after transferring all the data. So what I do is I would be giving the value of simple empty text. So by uh, typing random text or alphabets, so just by clicking over it, so the first input has been emptied and all the text has been transferred to the second input. So this is a simple we have tried a copy and paste of from one text field to another. So till now we have successfully manipulated the DOM, how we can try the data from one type to another and how we can use that. So again, we have, as I have stated in my like initial session presentation. So I would be explaining you about ECMAScript. So basically, ES stand for ECMAScript, or it's the another name of JavaScript. Basically, it is a bit formal name. How we can represent a JavaScript in the formal language. So basically, it have a particular bunch of versions. So basically, that version define change in particular syntax, how we approach to a solution, or how we define uh, a bunch of parameters. So in 2015, so we have a bunch major change. in JavaScript syntax, and we have an introduction to some cool uh, implementations as well as variables. So basically, defining that the term that or the keyword that I have written over here. So basically, what uh, in 2015, what it has given us as the new latest version of JavaScript known as ES version 6. So basically defined as ES6. So we have a bunch of changes, syntactical changes over there. So we have the introduction of let, const, uh, variable names. So basically, initially we describe all the variable as var, known as variable, and we declare a value. But now we have we can definitely like as we do in math. So teacher told us to let you have 20 apples. So basically we are letting our brain to know, like we are basically thinking about how many we have taken a particular instance in our mind, and we do some particular operations over it. So again we are letting something over here as term suggested. So again we are declaring a variable by let x is equal to 1, or if we describe it as let x. So this is simply declaration. Again, this is same as we are declaring this. But what is the main difference? So basically, when we are doing or uh, working over a huge project that contains countless number of modules or functions. So basically, we have to use some concept and to have keep in mind in order to design and like check out each and every variable name and the declarations. So basically, what let do is like going back to the console. So I this would be better explainable over here. So I would be declaring a variable x with a value of 1. Definitely we can change the we can typecast the value of x to any number or data type. So basically again the x means string x, again hello, then x means hello. So we have already changed the data type. So x means object. And again, but what let do is, for example, if I declare a variable x, if I declare a variable with y or z equal to 1, I can redeclare it by value 2. I can redeclare it by value 3, or at any instance of point I can redeclare the same variable. But now if I want to redeclare the value of x to any instance, and again I declare the value of let x is equal to some string. So basically, just a second. Yeah, so coming back toward this, so basically it does not let us to redeclare all the value eh, if we are using a particular syntax known as use strict. So basically when we type this particular string over our first instance, so basically what it does is it has strictly abandoned like JavaScript to use loosely typed variables. Loosely typed variables mean the declaration means simple. We are using var equal to, like it described like x has already been declared. So we cannot use a particular like the we cannot redeclare the variable x again and again if we have defined it by let keyword. For example, we if we are using var, so I've written var y is equal to 1. I can redefine all the value of y to any instance or any point. But if I declare this by let, so value 3, so again y has already been declared. So let take into consideration like whether it has been the value has been allocated in within the memory or not. So basically, it try to create, it try to make an history. It check from history whether we have created a variable of a particular name or not. If we have created, so basically it will throw an error representing like it has already been declared. So and again, if by mistake we have redeclared the value to any other point, so it must be it must break some function or any instance of code if we are like contributing to a huge project. So that's why we are using a let keyword. Like it does not let user to redeclare the value. And again, for const again, as the term suggests, so const mean a simple constant. So if we have declared a value like a equal to 1, so we cannot redeclare the value of a, as well as we cannot change the value of a. Now if I want to, also typecast is not possible, so it will throw an error, type error, assignment to a constant variable. We cannot change a particular constant to a file. So basically that's why I have written const over here. So again, this is a simple variable defining button text should not be changed. If I have assigned the particular value to button tag, so button tag should remain constant, and again after each iteration it should not be changed. So again, the second concept that comes in uh, mind is like uh, arrow functions. So yeah, basically this is also a new concept. So how we can declare a simple function. So basically, we declare a simple function by typing function keyword along with the function name, and then the parentheses that have a bunch of arguments over it, and then declaring it within the parentheses. So this is the old concept. So how we can write. So syntactically, it is correct, and it is a bit big to represent when we are creating huge applications. So that have a common term that we can use is by arrow functions. So arrow functions is nothing but uh, this type of functions. So basically add without defining the particular function, so we can declare a function by this only. So like again, defining a constant, giving a variable name as abc, then equal to abc is a variable. So as we are so basically we have rebundled all the value, and we have smoothen the flow that we are working in. So how we declare a variable. So uh, at that point only, as same as that, as we have declared variable. So again, the functions are same as e- easy and same as that we are declaring a simple variable. So just by typing this parenthesis along with an arrow. So this arrow is main, and along with this curly braces. So we have again declared a function. So again, if I go back to the console and type const abc is equal to this type of function. So if I check the type of abc, so it will return me a function. So this is the concept of how we declare a particular instance in JavaScript. And again, we have a bunch of other changes too with in the ES6. And again, we have a concept of spread operators. Uh, then we have classes. So basically, this is the main term. So JavaScript is basically a functional language as well as a object oriented language. Oops, object oriented language. So what it mean is JavaScript, we can create functions, and we as we have an further concept of objects defined within JavaScript. So basically JavaScript is made to like smoothen the flow of how we design the application, and again using objects in much simpler forms. But again, that have some consequences as well as demerits. So that's why we like add ES6. So basically there are another concept of classes and constructor along with some variable name changes. And again, for now, so we can create object oriented or we can create new object instances by using like simple functions also along with some classes, and we can directly engage them from each other. So this is the basic concept of how we declare JavaScript and how we use JavaScript concept within a particular HTML document.
So the first question that we have, Raghav, is can you please let us know the difference between let and var?
So again, going back to the main Chrome document. So basically what we do is just over to the console. So basically how var and let are different from each other. So basically when we are declaring a variable by a variable var keyword, so what we do is we just type var keyword to it, and again proceeding with the space. So we assign a particular variable name like not ABC, like we can assign uh, any value like high. So I have created a variable high and I have assigned it a value of to 1, and then I can redeclare it high to any other value like 2, and again declaring high to 3. So basically I have declared each and every instance, and I have changed the value as well as I have redeclared the value. But now in ES6 concept, so basically we I don't want to have this kind of statements. Like I don't want to redeclare the same variable, as it may cause some disruption while using. If I have used a particular variable at a single component, like I want to represent it to a button, so it should not be changed to a particular input field or division field. So to prevent that, so what I do is like just type use strict to it. So use strict is a concept of ES6. So that basically determine like the strict environment should be enabled, and the if we are using the latest keyword like let and const, so that should not be the value should not be changed as well as redeclared. So if I declare a variable hey, assign it to value of 1. So I have declared a variable and initialized the value to 1. And again, if I try uh, try to redeclare the value of hey to 2, so basically maybe use strict is not okay. So use strict was not enabled. X is equal to. So basically we can see this. So when we are using use strict, when we have declared a variable x is equal to 1, and we so basically when I refresh nothing happened, but when I try to redeclare this variable, so it represent x has already been declared. So basically but what I can do with let keyword is I can change the value without redeclaring the variable. Like declaring mean assigning a particular memory space to a variable, but I don't want to allocate a new memory space, so that's why I just want to change the value. So the value can be anything. So that's why JavaScript is a bit dynamical language to use. So you can change the value of 2, like if I hit refresh, so nothing happens. So if I just console.log, so the value of x, so again that's mean 2. But if I again redeclare the value 2, so it will throw an error. And again, as I've stated, like JavaScript is a scripting language, so it read line by line, and at any instance if any error occurred, so the next or the execution stopped, so the rest of the code will not be executed if any code will code error would be there. So again, if I just console.log above the redeclaration of the value, so it will still it will not still it will not be like consoling any of the value as we have already stated. Like so basically why it has not given this print statement due to a concept called as hoisting. So hoisting basically means transferring all the variable that we have declared over here. So basically till above the whole documentation, the code that we have written. So what it does is, like, we have assigned a value x to it, and again we what this line means, we have redeclared the value of x. So that's why at this point of time execution stopped. But you can take an example of this, like let x is equal to 1, and now if I've written like this, so removing this element, so the value 1 has been printed, and again if I have changed the value, and again the value 2 is printed. We have already changed the value of x again, but we cannot redeclare it in the let keyword by using let keyword. Again if we have declared a variable by using let keyword, we also cannot use var along with it. And again const being a simple constant, we cannot redeclare a variable, along with we cannot change a value. Yeah.
Right. Let's see. Okay. So Dash is asking, so we can declare the variable again using var when using use strict.
When we are using use strict, but like if a variable has been declared, so again it will throw an error. We cannot redeclare a variable if we have declared a variable using let keyword. So it has a special memory space allocated to it along with same variable name. But if let has been defined, so the same variable name cannot be used. Along with uh, vice versa, like if we have declared var, and we can unlimited time we can redeclare the whole variable with the same name. But if we have already declared a variable name x to it, we cannot use let along with it.
Yeah. But at the same time, I'll just recommend to everyone that be mindful of the global nature of the var, and how, like with const or let, it's more specific for a block. So like if you're using it in a particular program, in a particular function, so keep that in mind when you're declaring any variables.
Yeah, and also I want to give you some terminology insights. So basically, the first one is hosting. So you can basically read of your own. So what is hosting, how it is being used within JavaScript. So basically, how it is being internally used in JavaScript. So what is closures and lexical scope. So these terminology would definitely help you to basically understand how JavaScript works, and
Yeah.
along with the basic concept that we have already given.
Yeah, and also something like event bubbling, because these type of questions can also be
Yeah,
actually asked in Facebook type of companies as well. So these are, you might think that they are like basic points, but they can actually be asked because they really sort of look at the fundamental basics of how JavaScript actually works.
yeah, definitely. Awesome. So any other question?
Okay. So Sai Teja is asking, how will it behave while iterating loops? I think it might be with respect.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we are not covered the concept of iterations. Like we have a simple common loops like for, do while, and while loop. Again, the same concept. The concept is same as that of uh, like other languages, Java, C, C++, and all. So basically, how it is being used within loops. So initially, we are declaring a variable with initial value, and we give a condition. So and along with what how iteration would look like. So we do some operations over here. And again, so now what happened over here is, so how for loop work is, so it input from here, so a variable is being declared and again initialized with a value of 0, and again the second statement where it will go with is the condition. So if we met the condition, so the operation would follow, and now the second the again the condition would be matched, like it would be increment the value of I with by 1. So plus plus mean a simple post incrementer. We can also write it as plus plus one. That means pre-incrementer. So these are the basic other concept of general programming language. And again, it would be going to check this condition. And again, the operations are performed till the condition get false. But now, if we are using the let keyword, so basically we have declared the variable, and the let keyword basically gave us the freedom to change the value of I, but we cannot redeclare. At this instance of point, so basically we have only declared the value of I only single uh, at a single instance. We are not redeclaring the value of I at every uh, at every loop. So basically the condition goes like declaring and initializing the value of I, then hitting the condition, then again operation, then again this increment operator, then condition. It will never reach to the prior declaration that we have given over here. So it will only execute once. So that's how these keywords act within these loops.